Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Leader Lamberth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion we take up the, make a motion to dispense with the call on the roll.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that we take up House Calendar number 2, today's calendar number 2.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, call up the next bill.
House Joint Resolution 13 by Leader Lamberth, a resolution proposing amendment to Article 7, Section 5 of the Constitution of Tennessee to change the date of elections for judicial and other civil officers.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We request the clerk read HJR 13 as amended for its second reading.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 13 by Representative Lamberth as amended on second reading. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 7, Section 5 of the Constitution of Tennessee to change the date of elections for judicial and other civil officers. Whereas Article 7, Section 5 requires elections for judicial and other civil officers to be held on the first Thursday in August, while Article 2, Section 7 requires elections for members of the General Assembly to be held on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, and whereas Article 3, Section 2 requires the election for governor to be held on the same day as for members of the General Assembly, and whereas Congress has also specified the first Tuesday after the first Monday for the election of United States senators and representatives and electors for president pursuant to 2 USCA Section 7 and 3, USCA Section 1, respectively, and whereas having all federal, state, and local elections on the same day would save this state and its local governments money and increase voter participation in local government elections. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that a majority of all the members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 7, Section 5 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the following language. Elections for judicial and other civil officers shall be held on the first Thursday in August 1870, and forever thereafter on the first Thursday in August next preceding the expiration of their respective terms of service. The term of each officer so elected shall be computed from the first day of September next succeeding this election and substituting instead the following. Elections for judicial and other civil officers shall be held on the first Thursday in August 1870, and forever thereafter on the first Thursday in August next preceding the expiration of their respective terms of service. The term of each officer so elected shall be computed from the first day of September next succeeding his election and substituting instead the following. Beginning with the election held in 2030, judicial officers and all other elected county officials, except the assessor of property, are elected on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, next preceding the expiration of their respective terms of service. The term of each officer so elected is computed from the first day of December next succeeding the officer's election. Beginning with the election held in 2028, the assessors of property are elected on the first Thursday in August, next preceding the expiration of their respective terms of service. The term of the assessor of property so elected is computed from the first day of September next succeeding his election. Be it further resolved that the foregoing be referred to the 114th General Assembly, and that this resolution proposing such amendment be published in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee by posting such amendment on the official website of the Secretary of State and on the official website of the General Assembly. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the Senate is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Lear Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that HJR 13 as amended be set for its third and final reading on Friday, April 21st, 2023.
Without objection, so ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 81 by Representative Darby.
Representative Darby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk to read HJR 81 for its second reading.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 81 by Representative Darby for the second reading. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of Tennessee to prohibit taxation of property by the state. Whereas Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of Tennessee currently authorizes taxation of all property according to its value by any taxing authority, including the state, counties, and municipalities, and whereas the state can impose a property tax as it did until 1949 to all property in the state, and whereas in 1949 the legislature repealed the state's property tax, and whereas the current property tax is imposed at the local level at various county and municipal tax rates, and whereas the controlling and predominant purpose of the property tax is for local purposes. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that a majority of all the members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee be amended by deleting the following language from the first sentence. In accordance with the following provisions, all property, real, personal, or mixed, shall be subject to taxation, but the legislature, and substituting instead the following. In accordance with the following provisions, all property, real, personal, or mixed, shall be subject to taxation, but the legislature shall not levy, authorize, or otherwise permit any state tax upon such property, and the legislature. Be it further resolved that the foregoing amendment be referred to the 114th General Assembly, and that this resolution proposing such amendment be published in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee by posting such amendment on the official website of the Secretary of State and on the official website of the General Assembly. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the House of Representatives is directed to deliver a copy of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Representative Darby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that HJR 81 be set for its third and final reading on Friday, April the 21st, 2023.
Without objection, so ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 94 by Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk read HJR 94 as amended for its second reading.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 94 as amended on second reading. A resolution proposing an amendment to Article 1, Section 35 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to the rights of crime victims. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that a majority of all members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 1, Section 35 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the section in its entirety and substituting the following. Section 35, that to preserve and protect the rights of victims of crime to justice and due process throughout the criminal and juvenile justice systems, a victim as defined by law and which may be expanded by the General Assembly shall have the following rights which shall be protected. 1, the right to be treated with fairness for the victim's safety and dignity. 2, the right upon request to reasonable notice of all public criminal proceedings and all public juvenile delinquency proceedings involving the accused. 3, the right to be present at all public criminal proceedings and all public juvenile delinquency proceedings involving the accused. 4, the right upon request to be heard in any proceeding involving release, plea, sentencing, disposition, and parole, as well as any public proceeding when relevant during which a right of the victim is implicated. 5, the right to be heard and informed of all parole procedures, to participate in the parole process, to provide information to the parole authority, to be considered before the parole of the offender, and to be notified upon request of the parole or other release of the offender. 6, the right to be free from harassment, intimidation, and abuse throughout the criminal justice system, including reasonable protection as defined by the General Assembly from the accused or any person acting on behalf of the accused. 7, the right upon request to reasonable notice of any release, transfer, or escape of the accused or convicted person. 8, the right to full and timely restitution from the offender. 9, the right to a speedy trial or disposition and a prompt and final conclusion of the case after the conviction or sentence. 10, the right to be informed of the minimum sentence the offender will serve in custody and the scheduled release date. 11, the right to have the safety of the victim, the victim's family, and the general public considered before any parole or other post-judgment release decision is made. 12, the right upon request to confer with the prosecution. And 13, the right to be fully informed of all rights afforded to crime victims. A victim may assert the rights enumerated in this section not as a party, but in the manner further provided by the General Assembly, protecting the victim's right to standing. The General Assembly has the authority to enact substantive and procedural laws to further define, implement, preserve, and protect the rights guaranteed to victims by this section. This section must be interpreted to preserve and protect the rights of all persons to due process. This section or any law enacted under this section does not create a basis for vacating a conviction. This section does not restrict the powers of the District Attorney General or the inherent authority of the court. Other than as provided in the preceding paragraph, this section does not create a cause of action or claim for damages against the state or a political subdivision of the state, an officer, employee, or agent of the state or of any of its political subdivisions, or an officer or employee of the court. Be it further resolved that the foregoing be referred to the 114th General Assembly, and that this resolution proposing such amendment be published in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee by posting such amendment on the official website of the Secretary of State and on the official website of the General Assembly. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the House of Representatives is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Chair Lady Hazel, would you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that HJR 94 as amended be set for its third and final reading on Friday, April 21st, 2023.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to take up House Message Calendar 1.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Raper, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know he's got to do it one more time, but that was unbelievable. So I think we ought to give our clerk a hand for doing that.
Mr. Clerk, call up next message.
Item number one, House Bill 296 by Representative Freeman and others relative to codes. Mr. Speaker, on April 19, 2023, the Senate substituted House Bill 296 for Senate Bill 723, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 296 as amended.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate Amendment Number 1.
Representative Freeman moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote, please.
Ayes 86, no nays.
Senate Amendment number 1, having a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in without objection. Most reconsidered is tabled. Let the journal reflect Representatives Jernigan, Beck, Harris, Dixie are excused. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 323 by Representative Cochran and others relative to taxes. Mr. Speaker, on April 19, 2023, the Senate substituted House Bill 323 for Senate Bill 275, adopted Amendment 4, and passed House Bill 323 as amended.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 4.
Leader Cochran moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 4, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 90, no nays.
Senate Amendment number 4, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in without objection. Most reconsidered is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House is ready for House regular calendar dated for today, Thursday, April 20th.
Call up first bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1176 by Representative Garrett and others relative to airport authorities. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1326.
Representative Garrett moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1326, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1326 on third and final consideration.
Representative Garrett moves passage of Senate Bill 1326 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the heel of the amendments.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to roll to the hill.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Amendment number 3, Mr. Clerk. Next amendment.
Amendment 3 by Representative Beck. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Beck, you're recognized. He's not here. Leader Camper.
Move to withdraw.
Without objection, withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 4 by Representative Garrett.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
I move to add Amendment 4.
Representative Garrett moves adoption of amendment number 4, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you could sponsor, explain to us what is in Amendment 4.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From how the 1176 traveled through the House through committees, Amendment 4, to hopefully avoid, if this should pass, a conference between the Senate and the House. This is a negotiated amendment for the purposes of this legislation. And what it does that's different than the way it's currently postured is that it reconstitutes the board of the Metropolitan Airport Authority to 2 positions from the governor, 2 positions from the Speaker of the House, 2 positions from the Speaker of the Senate, and 2 positions from the Metropolitan Mayor. All 8 members will be voting members of the Metropolitan Authority. And then one other difference, other than some technical differences, is that the difference between the current bill and the Senate Amendment 4 is that each appointing authority, governor, the 2 speakers, and the mayor, they have one of their picks has to be from Davidson County. The other pick can be from Davidson County, but it also can be a person that lives contiguous to Davidson County. That's, Representative Love, the major differences between Amendment 4 and the current posture of the bill as it relates right now.
Representative Love, good. Any further discussion on amendment number 4? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. To the sponsor, when you add those numbers up, how many are from Nashville, Davidson?
Representative Garrett.
Well, there's no way to know because each authority could choose all 8 from Nashville, from Davidson County. There will be at least, in my opinion, 4, because each appointing authority has to pick 1 per pick that lives in Davidson County. And my presumption would be the mayor of Nashville at that time, his 2 picks or her 2 picks would be from Nashville. So there'll be at least a majority of the airport authority, the members of the airport authority from Davidson County.
Representative Hardaway.
Okay, and I'm not a lawyer and I don't play one on Capitol Hill, but it sounds like you just told me that you ain't sure, but only 2 are guaranteed.
Representative Garrett.
No, 4 are guaranteed because there are 4 different persons that are making the appointments to the board: the governor, the Speaker of the House, the Speaker of the Senate, and then the mayor of the metropolitan area where the airport is located. Of those 4, they get 2 each. One of them has to be a resident of Davidson County.
Representative Hardaway.
Okay, and of those 4, only 1 is appointed by the mayor, who is the only elected official from Nashville, Davidson. Is that correct?
Representative Garrett.
Yes.
Representative Hardaway.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, just a clarification this is what makes this different is there's more appointing authority for Metro in this version. Is that correct?
Representative Garrett.
Yes, if I understand your question, yes.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. And those 2 people have voting authority, whereas previously the one did not. Is that correct?
Representative Garrett.
Yeah, the legislation currently before you without this amendment, it had 2 from the governor, 2 from the Speaker of the House, 2 from the Speaker of the Senate, 1 from the mayor, and that was a non-voting member. So now it's got equal appointments from each authority within the legislation.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. For those who were concerned about appointment authority and having greater people, this is a better from Davidson County. This is has more seats at the table that are also voting members from Davidson County. I guess the question that I have for you then is, obviously it's an even number. In the event there's an opportunity, is the CEO of the airport authority then able to break the tie, or what would happen in that instance?
Representative Garrett.
The board at one point, before Davidson County was subject to the new consensus laws, went from 7 members to 10, or I'm sorry, from 10 to 7. So they have had the instance where they've had an even number of board members, and I'm glad you have brought that up. I have brought that up with the airport authority to make sure they don't see a problem with that. If they don't have a particular issue that they don't believe they have a majority or a supermajority of support on the board, then the issue will not be considered because they do not want that tie.
Representative Carr. No. Thought I saw your hand, sir. No. Pass. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, this is going to be on the board. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Any wish to change your vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 74, 16 nays.
Amendment number 4 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 5 by Representative Himmer, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Himmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment number 5 actually changes the board structure to keep 4 members appointed by the mayor of the county in the metropolitan form of government, 1 by the speaker, 1 speaker of the House, 1 by the speaker of the Senate, and 1 by the governor. The reason this amendment is needs to be placed on is that once the state takes over the majority of the board appointments, you're essentially doing a change of control. And so what we want to see happen is not have any FAA issues from this. And so this would put this in a better posture. We think we would have, we actually think state involvement in the airport is good. And we'd love to have more state investment, more state, again, involvement. And so this amendment would put it in a better posture so we don't have any FAA issues moving forward. And with that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
We are on consideration of amendment number 5. That was a proper motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment 5. All those in favor of considering amendment 5, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 20, 70 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 of the motion to consider amendment number 5 fails. The next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 6 by Representative Dixie, Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Dixie. Oh, sorry, Leader Camper.
Move to withdraw.
Without objection, withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 7 by Representative Mitchell, Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, my amendment would put all the regional airports under this same scheme. So, I think the FAA has told the sponsor multiple times that they don't approve of this and that it's jeopardizing funding from the FAA. So I think it would be best that we just put all these regional airports under the same level of playing field. So maybe, this bill won't cost the state and all of our airports a large sum of money. So with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Mitchell has made a proper motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 7. All those in favor of considering amendment number 7, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 20, 70 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 7 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 8 by Leader Love, Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, as we have watched this bill travel through various committees, I consistently objected to the fact that the makeup was changing. And my major concern was also that the mayor's appointment did not have a vote. And also that at one point there was consideration that the particular board appointments were not going to be from Davidson County. However, in light of what we have put on with Amendment 4, I do have a little bit more assurance that we will have members from Davidson County represented on the board of the airport that is geographically located in Davidson County. With that, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw Amendment number 8.
Without objection, amendment number 8 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, back to the heel of the amendments, House Transportation Committee, Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee, Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 1176 as amended will reconstitute the board as I described as we were putting Amendment 4 on the legislation. And let me tell you why I believe this legislation is important. The airport has become the 27th largest airport in the country. And it's ran successfully. It's one of our critical assets in the state of Tennessee, and it needs to remain one of our critical assets to attract business, to make sure we can have the hub that we have located here in the Southeast, as Tennessee touches one of the most states to get to if you're going across the Southeast, across the Midwest, the Northeast, et cetera. Tennessee is a local hub to make sure business can transact and commerce can be successful right here in the state of Tennessee. Over the past decade, this General Assembly, through their budget, has provided up to and more of about $140 million to its airport. That's how critical we believe, and our constituents believe, that this airport is to the continued economic success of Tennessee. Now, granted, this did start back in the mid-1960s and started out as a small airport, but it's simply grown now more to a even regional airport under the FAA guidelines. They say this airport impacts 14 different counties, although we know that 70% of who uses the airport is outside Davidson County and 30% is inside Davidson County. That touches nearly every county in the state and several other states that uses this airport. So now this airport has become Tennessee's airport. It becomes a hub for the commerce that happens here. And as we continue to ask our constituents to invest in critical assets, I believe it's critical that Tennesseans have a seat at the table to make sure we continue a long-term strategic relationship with the airport, with one of our critical assets. And that's important for you to say to your constituents, that we care that you can transact business here for our small, medium-sized families, and our airport's a critical part of that relationship and that success that Tennessee's had over a decade. Now we are starting to have recurring dollars from the general fund that is invested in not only our 5 major airports, but also our general aviation airports, because we see them as also a feeding opportunity for more people to come here to transact, conduct business. So these assets are critically important that we maintain a strong relationship with our airport here as we continue to fund same. And I would note, and again, this is not a knock on Metro, because most large airports are like this. Metro doesn't provide any funding to the airport other than some services related to some police, et cetera. The airport has its own police department, has its own fire department, has its own SWAT team that's completely funded and independent to the airport. So this is one of the major critical assets that we ask Tennesseans to fund and invest in for a long-term strategic growth. So therefore, there should be more representation just outside of just Nashville that is in on this board. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to take any further questions. Otherwise, I'll renew my motion.
Representative Garrett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you just heard a couple of reasons why the sponsor thinks it's a good idea. And I'm going to talk about them one by one. He talks about $140 million of investment from the state. Part of the reason that that investment and those one-time monies are needed is because we continue to reduce the user fees through the gas tax, avgas tax that funds all of our other airports. And I want to put that 140 into perspective. It seems like a large number over a period of time, but it's less than 8% of the total budget of the airport. The balance is paid through operations of the airport. An airport that has been run successfully and grown to the size it is because of the good stewardship and leadership from the city of Nashville. He also talked about the lack of investment in the airport. That's just not true. The city of Nashville donated the property that the airport sits on to the Metro Nashville, which again was left out, called the Metropolitan Airport Authority. It's the Metro Nashville Airport Authority, the MNAA. They donated that property. Today, the value of that property is worth over $1 billion. The other part is this concept that this is somehow not a change in leadership. any of you in this room can look at me and honestly say that if you allow the city of Nashville to appoint your board of aldermen, that it's not a change in leadership. That's not an intellectually honest statement. We all know that this is a change in leadership. I hear all the time from my colleagues in this room that we're for more local control, small government, streamlined government. We now are going to appoint airport board members for the Metro Nashville Airport Authority from members who don't have to be in Davidson County, that have no skin in the game, no skin in the game. They have no idea as to what that airport needs or what this city needs for the airport to do for it to be successful. I'm going to add another thing. We talked about the fact that it's grown into a regional airport. Every single airport is regional. You don't get on the airplane, taxi around the runway, and get off. It's regional by nature. You get on the airplane, you fly somewhere else, you come back. We give money to other airports all across the state. In our budget this year, we're 2 one-time dollar fundings to airports in other parts of our state. We're not asking for those airports to get state involvement. I urge all of you to stand with me as I make a motion to move Senate Bill 1326 to the table.
Okay, that's proper motion, proper second. All right. Representative Garrett, you are recognized. Cuts off all debate except for that sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask you to oppose that motion simply because of the reasons that I gave. A couple of things is this. This is not a one-time funds that we're giving to the airport. This is recurring funds that we're asking Tennessee to continue to invest in the airport that we all use. And when I say we, I mean all Tennesseans and even non-Tennesseans that come here. And so with the explanation that this board, this airport that some would say is regional, but I would say is statewide, needs more representation, more voice at the table from all Tennesseans instead of just one county where it just happens to be located because of the growth that the airport has received. So I would ask that the tabling motion, that you vote no.
No, because you made the tabling motion. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. All right. So the parliamentary situation is that Representative Garrett has moved. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Freeman has. The situation is Representative Garrett has moved adoption of Senate Bill 1326. Representative Freeman has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 2070 days.
The noes have it. The tabling motion fails. We're back on the motion to adopt. Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
I renew my motion.
Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Representative Garrett.
Sure.
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Have you directly discussed these changes through the bill with the FAA?
Representative Garrett.
I'm glad you asked that question. Seems that the FAA has tried to make an issue of whether or not they need to approve this. They don't really approve this. And let me tell you why. It's because if under the FAA definitions, they call the airport authority a sponsor. Okay, if the sponsor changes, if the structure, the ownership of the airport changes, then that would invoke grant assurances that someone needs to make sure that the airport authority can work its debt, do its bond, etc. There is no change in ownership. There's no change in governance. Even though the new members may be on the board, they're still governed by the same bylaws. They still have the same staff. The only thing that's changing is who gets to appoint the members of the board. So this does not trigger any FAA issues. In fact, they have communicated to my office, along with conjunction with Senator Haggerty's office, that the FAA has been in discussions. And the two things the FAA requested after they reviewed and they did their due diligence on the legislation, which they were okay with, all they said is just keep us apprised of how the legislation progress and make sure that the airport authority has a transition plan in place, which I understand is either underway or already complete for the new board members, should the new board members be appointed. That's the only thing that the FAA has asked in response to any issues that the FAA has. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any other questions.
Representative Hammer, you're recognized.
Thank you. Per the FAA letter that was sent to the airport on March 31st, it says pretty clearly, any state body or public agency considering whether taking action such as drafting legislation that would impact the airport, one, consult with and obtain the consent of the current sponsor or operator. I don't think that has been done yet because the airport has not voted on this. In fact, the airport sent their board, and I want everybody to listen to this, the board has actually sent a letter to the sponsors, to the state, wanting to defer this until getting further clarity from the FAA. Second thing in the letter that they stated was that the state should be requesting technical assistance. So this is the last correspondence, official correspondence that has been from the FAA. So when I hear there's an approval or some, guidance or things like that, that has not been provided as far as I know. And I'm glad you brought up about the change of control, because it's interesting. If we're not changing the control, we passed a budget yesterday, which actually had a lot of language in there regarding this bill. And if you'll pay attention, it was doing that because we're actually making the Nashville airport a functional equivalent of the state. So it's very interesting that we had to do a lot of budgetary language to spend money at the airport because we're essentially taking it over. Lastly, I want to call attention for the members that did not have the pleasure of hearing the former Metro Nashville Airport Authority attorney. He was also a two-time appointed FAA administrator. Kirk Schaefer came in and testified on his own behest to us. This guy was twice appointed. Only time someone's ever been twice appointed from two different presidents, both under Trump and George W. Bush, and spoke at length about the chaos this would happen at the airport. And I wanted to call attention to that because what you need to understand is the FAA could freeze these grants to the airport. And the big 6 airports are all under a block grant. And so the FAA wanted to draw a hard line. And I'm not sure why the FAA would want to make an example out of Tennessee, because we've been, so in such good behavior lately. But I'm sure Secretary Pete and President Biden wouldn't have any worries about making an example of out of the state. So be very, very aware that it could spill over, and not just Nashville Airport, but it could spill over to Memphis, Chattanooga, Knoxville, Jackson, and Johnson City airports. And that is directly from the FAA attorneys and also from Senator Haggerty's office. I got this information. So I want you to be very careful with what we're doing with this legislation.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of things to unpack there. There has been communication since the letter that he referenced went to the FAA, and what I had said previously in response to the communication with the airport authority, there has been communication with the airport authority, and that information that has been brought to my attention was after this letter for the two things that they requested, which is just, hey, keep us apprised of the legislation and just make sure there's a transition plan in effect for the new members. That doesn't say that it's going to wreak havoc, that they believe there's going to be anything wrong with their bonding whatsoever. That's sort of political posturing because of the folks that are against all Tennesseans having a seat at the table at this Metropolitan Airport Authority. And the other thing is that the Metropolitan Airport Authority has had their own general counsel take a look at the FAA issues. They've also had outside counsel that's been shared through committee as well to offer their opinion on whether or not this would trigger any FAA issues. And they're both of the opinion that it does not. So there's complete, total due diligence on the end of any issues that this might create. This will be a fantastic partnership with the airport, along with the partnership of Metro and all Tennesseans that use Tennessee's airport. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm really a little confused here now. Sponsor, could you quantify the benefits that are going to arise once this bill, if it's passed, is passed?
Representative Garrett.
Absolutely. I think, one, once this piece of legislation passes and the appointments are made, I think it builds a stronger relationship with the state, with Metro. I think it builds a stronger relationship as we invest Tennesseans' own capital in the airport. I think it makes a stronger relationship in order to see that the airport has sustainability for the next decades to come, next generations to come, because they are already looking at ways to expand, to attract more travel here. So I think this will create a stronger connection with one of the critical assets of this state, which is this airport, which I believe is now Tennessee's airport.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. And of course, as I said previously, I'm not a lawyer. So when I said quantify, it was in response to the earlier representative's reference to the budget. So how much is this bill costing in terms of implementation? And what are the returns? How much are we going to improve the performance in terms of dollars? How many dollars are going to roll back in to Tennessee that otherwise would not have if we didn't pass this bill?
Representative Garrett.
If I understand your question correctly, I think we would agree that we both want this airport and all airports in the state of Tennessee to be successful, right? So the economic impact that comes back from that, we want to make sure we ensure that for the long term. So the money that we invest in anything, whether it's this airport or our critical structures for our parks, et cetera, we want to make sure we make an environment where people want to come here, where people want to spend their money here, where people want to move here and open businesses here, want to raise their families here, want to go to church here. And we have to have those things that attract that type of atmosphere. So what money we invest into the airport, what comes back, it's hard to me to quantify in that sense, because that's what we all want and all believe, to make sure that Tennessee remains one of the most attractive states to come here and have our folks stay here.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. And I'm kind of surprised anytime you invest, then you're looking for a return on that investment. And so you have to have numbers. But if we don't have them, we don't have them. Are there any other examples in other states where this type of change in the structure of an airport has happened?
Representative Garrett.
I can't comment on what other airports across the country might be doing with their authorities or however they set up their airport authority. So I don't believe I have any information to answer your question on that.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. Thank you, sponsor.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, you just wonder where ideas like this come from. You know, who was sitting around one day and saying, you know, hey, I'm not able to build my hangar over there because the airport authority won't let me build my hangar. You know, I got buddies at the Tennessee General Assembly that are in charge, and maybe I can get them to take over that airport, and they'll let me build my hangar where I want to build it at the airport, at Tune Airport. Maybe that's where things like this come from. I don't know. But somebody stands up there and tells you folks that, they have their own police force, they have their own fire department. He's standing up there knowing that the Metro Police Department and the Metro Fire Department responds over 1,000 times to the airport each and every year. And he's standing up there telling you, oh no, they got their own stuff that, no one has to do anything. Airport's got it all under control. Then he's standing up there telling you about how much the state's putting in. Well, as other speakers have said, the reason that the state's putting a nickel in is because down here, nice little lobbyists have come along and convinced all y'all to, cut their taxes, give big tax breaks to big corporations, cutting the revenue stream that the airport has to pay their bills. So again, we're the ones who have cost the airport anything. And we are putting in such a large amount of money for that airport. 8 cents on the dollar, folks. We're stepping up. We should have total control for 8 cents on the dollar. That makes a lot of sense. But again, it's where things start. Whose buddy is coming up with this? It'll be a nice investigative report later on, stands up there and says, we need to make certain people want to come to Tennessee. Well, I can assure you, the city of Nashville's done nothing to embarrass this state or themselves lately to stop tourism. It's not been Nashville embarrassing this state. I can assure you that. Nashville hadn't been on Saturday Night Live lately. It's been other folks. Let me read this letter from the FAA attorney. I write now to reiterate that caution is warranted and to urge postponement of action on this legislation. Seems pretty plain and simple in easy to understand language, even for the sponsor. It's quite apparent that there's something else behind this. Like I said, it will come out. Everything always does come out. So it's just a matter of time. Someone may, after I stand up and say all this, they may not get their appointment to the airport authority. They may not get their hangar now. I hate that for them, but everything's going to come out once upon a time. So keep going down this path of destruction. You stand up there and say the airport has been running so well, doing so great. Well, leave it alone. It's not broken. We don't need you to fix it, or we don't need you to break it, is the better term, put it. This is, again, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and this is going down the same path. Thank you.
Representative Garrett.
About the only thing that I can respond to with that statement is that, one, I completely disagree with just about everything that he said, but the airport itself, and I'm not trying to throw any type of disrespect to the Metropolitan Police or anybody that responds to an incident at the airport, but if they're responding to 1,000 or so calls, the airport gets over 60,000 calls. And of course, they take care of that with their own force. So I'm not trying to belittle anything of that service that's provided by any means, as you insinuated. But what I'm trying to say is that this, with the money that we do provide, that's recurring dollars, all Tennesseans should have a say in that. So with that, Mr. Speaker, again, I renew my motion.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, question about eminent domain that exists in this legislation. Currently, the Metro Council, it's a very open process. They have to have a couple meetings, 3 meetings. It's televised, the public can see it. I'm concerned, obviously, about a lot of things in this bill, but the eminent domain piece is troubling to me, and the ability for people to have their property seized without that being transparent. Could you speak to that component in the bill?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, that wouldn't change any sort of process if the airport wanted to extend a runway or add a building that might take up some commercial property. I don't know how much residential property is around the airport, but those proceedings and to make sure due process is there for any taking of property either owned by an individual or a company would still remain intact for that purpose. There wouldn't be an automatic type situation under this bill, that the proceedings would still have to be the same under eminent domain.
Representative Powell.
So you're saying the Metro Council would still be the one who pursues the eminent domain for the airport? Is that correct?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, the airport would pursue its own eminent domain proceedings. And if there's any codes or regulation that would apply in that situation, this legislation wouldn't trump whatever they would have in place to go through that process.
Representative Powell.
I guess going back to this, again, my concern, it's a very transparent process right now when that takes place. And if we're removing that, and I see there is a process, but if we're moving that from the Metro Council's hands, then that takes away that transparency. And I'm glad you spoke to the police and fire because, clearly right now, we're taking on that cost. We're going to continue to take on that cost. I think when you have these first responders are called to the airport, and it's the taxpayers of Metro that are the ones that are paying for that. But now we're reconstituting this board, and so we're still having the same level of support that's being required from our own first responders, but we are not in control of this airport authority anymore like we are.
Representative Garrett.
The majority of the airport authority's members will be from Davidson County, so that doesn't necessarily change.
Representative Powell.
Okay. And I guess my last thing is just, and this is not in my district. I know members on this floor, it is in their district, but this is very close to my area. We in my community have these planes flying right overhead. And so we have a very vested interest in what happens with the airport. But I certainly hope that my colleague will be called on has this facility directly in his district, because I think it's important point. And if something was happening specifically to my district, I want to be able to speak to it. So with that, I will give way to further questions. Thank you.
Representative Garrett. Oh, Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question, while there's objection. Mr. Clerk, we're on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 20 nays.
Previous question prevails. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1326 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 22 nays, one present not voting.
Senate Bill 1326, having received the constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Representative Jones, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a point of order. Just to understand the process, the airports in my district, I've had my hand up this whole time we were trying to debate the bill. You looked right at me and nodded, but I never was called on. And this was in my district. I didn't even get to speak on the bill impacting the airport, which is in District 52. which means the people of my district were silenced. Can you explain why I was not called on? I thought you had acknowledged in the process. I just need some clarification on how to get on the list to make sure that the voices of my district are heard on issues that pertain to them.
Mr. Clerk, can you read how you are recognized?
Mr. Speaker, no member shall be recognized by the speaker unless the member addresses the chair for such member's desk. In all cases, the member who shall rise first shall be entitled to speak first, but when two or more members shall rise at the same time, the speaker shall name the member who shall speak first.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I'm recognized, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Parliamentarian. I just wanted my concerns marked for the Journal of the House. My second concern is, Mr. Speaker, is that we just had a Republican member resign, and we've just
Out of order. That's not a point of order. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 472, but Chairman Crawford and others relative to shelter for dogs. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill's on the desk.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 195.
Chairman Crawford moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 195, probably seconded with objection. So ordered. Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 195 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Crawford moves passage of Senate Bill 195 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment's in the Senate bill, therefore I move to withdraw.
With objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the dog shelter bill. This is to allow us to go after the bad actors that's out there who are not providing adequate shelter for their dogs. And the amendment that is in here that the Senate put on is excluding livestock, farm animals, working dogs, hunting dogs. This just applies to, your personal pets, so to speak. And what it does is allow proper ventilation in the heat of summer. It provides proper warmth in the wintertime and requires people to make sure the dog has water. That's what this bill does. And I renew my motion.
Chairman Crawford renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 195, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Right eye. Hakeem High. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 87, no nays.
Senate Bill 195 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare pass without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 250 by Chairman Hasted.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request to roll this 5 spaces.
Without objection, rolled 5 spaces. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1072 by Chairman Hasted and others relative to funeral honors.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1072 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Haston moves passage. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kiesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment, we move to withdraw in favor of, we move to withdraw.
Without objection.
Sorry.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Chairlady Hazel. I thought we wanted to adopt that one. Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reconsider my action, and I want to move to adopt.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 2, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most all of you are probably familiar with the Veterans Honor Guard groups that are in your area and have seen them performing their duties at veteran funeral services or at Veterans Day events or Memorial Day events. Most of these Veteran Honor Guards groups operate on a very thin budget based off of fundraisers and donations. What this bill does is establish a Veterans Honor Guard grant program that would allow for Honor Guard groups across the state to apply for grant funds to reimburse costs associated with their Honor Guard duties. And I'll just add that I want to say thank you to a lot of the members that joined this cause and joined the bill. Without them, we wouldn't have gotten it to this point. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Haston renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1072 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
House Bill 1072, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is taken. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1476 by Chairman Hulsey relative to the administration of justice. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 806.
Chairman Halsey moves to substitute form Senate Bill 806, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 806 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Halsey moves passage of Senate Bill 806 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee number 1 and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Vice Chairman Gillespie moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adoption of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill came out of the ad hoc committee meeting we met with last summer. And it just says that if you're going to receive sentencing credits in the penitentiary, that you have to participate in a department-approved validated risk and needs assessment, and then also go through the programming that assessment would indicate and employment to receive them. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Halsey renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies, I know I'm out of order, but I recognize a very special constituent sitting in the back. I want to everybody say hello to Twana Chick, who is a 28-year veteran and a retired sergeant from Metro Nashville Police Department, and a really, really great person. So thank you.
Representative Ritchie, for what purpose? Oh, okay. Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. I know it'll be later but I would say that we should talk about our colleague who's no longer here with us and ramifications that has for this body due to those allegations and the resignation of a Republican member. But I do think we should talk about that. But on this.
Out of order. Out of order. Can you stay within the language of the bill? Representative Pearson.
Yes, I was acknowledging it as colleagues. That's something we can talk about in the future. But onto the bill. Who's managing this process as it relates to the risk needs assessment and it being completed?
Chairman Halsey.
The Department of Corrections does that now.
Representative Pearson.
One of the things that just worries me here is I didn't see, and I looked at the memos here, how long they have to complete that assessment of the person who's incarcerated. Because if their timeline for getting good behavior is contingent upon this assessment, how immediately will that assessment happen?
Chairman Halsey.
There's a period of time when an inmate first arrives that they go through this process of a needs assessment. And of course, there's all kinds of information that comes out of it. So it will dictate what kind of program the programming they need to give them their best foot to gain rehabilitation. And so they do get this at the early on stages when they're incarcerated. And then I think that it comes around again.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you for part of it. It got a little loud here. But the one concern that I have with the legislation is how we make sure that that assessment happens. Because we're talking about somebody's good behavior time, we'd want them to make sure the Department of Corrections understands and the intent is very clear that there's no withholding of this assessment, potentially delaying someone getting time reduced for good behavior. And so is the intent that of this legislation, of this body, that the Department of Corrections completes the assessment during the initial intake of a person who's incarcerated?
Chairman Halsey.
I haven't heard ever of any complaints of them not having this assessment to administer. Now, there are sometimes what the testing shows, they might not have at that time the facility to put these folks in that particular program, but they do work around that to find them either another place or when it comes up for the space in that facility to have the programming then.
Representative Pearson.
And just to making sure we're aligned on timing, this happens near the very start of someone's incarceration time, and that's not changing. The idea is they would get this assessment at the start.
Chairman Halsey.
That's correct. This is custom. It's regular. It's done on a regular basis for incoming inmates.
Representative Pearson.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Not enough hands. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 806 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 77, 12 nays.
Senate Bill 806 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most for series table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 398 by Chair Lady Littleton relative to the abuse of animals committed by juveniles. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0183.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 183 without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0183 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 183 on third and final consideration. Second, Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Littleton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires a court to order a mental health evaluation and treatment for juveniles who commit aggravated animal cruelty to a domesticated cat or dog, and authorizes the court to punish a parent or guardian in contempt of court for failure to comply with the required court order. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. I just had a couple of questions. If the sponsor would yield.
Chair Lady Littleton.
I yield. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, thank you. So one of the things that I saw in this legislation that was a little bit concerning is that the court must further order that the cost of such required evaluation, counseling, and treatment be paid in accordance with present law procedures for the payment of cost of children, which generally require payment by the child's parents, legal custodians, or guardians, if financially able to pay, or by the applicable city or county in other circumstances. Can you talk a little bit about if folks don't have the resources for mental health care, and we've talked about the budget, the lack of expanding of healthcare and things like that. And so we know some folks would struggle to be able to get their kids services who obviously would need them. How would they be able to pay to meet the requirement of this legislation and not be penalized?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some parents have insurance and some parents are on TennCare, so I assume that those would pay for it.
Representative Pearson.
And if someone hasn't been able to get TennCare, for instance, and their job doesn't offer them health care, because we know some jobs don't offer health care benefits as a part of the package, what mechanism do we have or is involved in this legislation to still get the services met? Because I do believe, it says if the parent, if the court finds a parent or guardian to be in contempt of court for failure to comply with the court order issued under these new provisions, then the court may punish the parent or guardian for contempt of court pursuant to current law, which authorizes the court to impose fines or imprisonment. And so that's the concern here. If folks don't have insurance, don't got money for the psychiatric care that obviously their kids need, but they can't afford it, my fear is that they might end up in prison under really no fault of their own.
Shirley Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a well-known fact that cruelty to animals by juveniles can often lead to a further criminal activity, sometimes homicidal activity by the juvenile as they age. This bill would require juveniles convicted of certain animal cruelty offenses to be required to undergo a mental health evaluation. If the court determines that the need for psychiatric or psychological treatment is appropriate for the juvenile, then the court may order the treatment. Conduct involving the intentional torturing, mutilating, maiming, burning, starving to death, crushing, disfiguring, drowning, suffocating, or impaling of a domestic dog or cat. The cost of the evaluation and treatment shall be the responsibility of the parents, legal custodians, or guardians, if financially able to pay, or by the city, county, in other circumstances.
Representative Pearson.
That's the part right there, that latter part, right? And so is there funding for counties and cities to cover those costs for the psychiatric services these young folks would need? I'm agreeing. I understand the consequences of having folks who are committing harm to animals. And right, I get all of that. What I don't want to support is folks who obviously have a child who needs help, not having resources to help the child and ending up in prison or fined because the court says, well, you didn't get your child help. And we haven't provided resources, or you're not sharing that counties have resources to actually meet those child's needs. And so today, do counties and cities have funding to be able to get psychiatric help for children who would need it under this law?
Shirley Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It just says the proposed legislation may result in a mandatory increase in local expenditures associated with mental health evaluations for juveniles.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, so the expectation of this body and the intention is that if parents whose child need this cannot pay, we expect counties to pay for the services.
Shirley Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the health departments do furnish some health evaluations.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, so long as we are agreeing that those counties' health departments should then cover the services of those parents so they wouldn't face these penalties, that's good.
Shirley Littleton. All right. Representative Gamp.
Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 183, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 183, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 432 by Chairman White and others relative to scholarships for aspiring teachers.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 432 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage. Bobby seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Vice Chairman Slater moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what we're trying to do here, like in most industries, we also have a shortage of teachers. So we've been working on different ideas throughout the year on addressing that. As you know, there are not enough teacher candidates entering the pipeline in Tennessee, resulting in a teacher shortage. And as of May of 2022, we had 2,700 positions in Tennessee that were left vacant, and they also being filled by individuals with no formal teaching or training, or filled by an educator without the proper subject area training and expertise. And so what we're doing here with this legislation is to create a last dollar scholarship for prospective educators that covers the cost of tuition and mandatory fees for an undergraduate, juniors and seniors enrolled in an eligible Tennessee University Educator Preparation Program. And lastly, to receive the scholarship, students must be a Tennessee resident, be eligible for the Hope Scholarship, and maintain a cumulative grade point average of 2.75, and while enrolled in the EPP program of the university, agree to teach at least 4 years in Tennessee in a targeted setting such as school districts or subject areas experiencing critical teacher shortage. And with that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I renew the motion.
Chairman White renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Keem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman White, I may have asked this question before. If a person is assigned or an area, a school to go to, LEA for 4 years, and for some reason that is not considered legitimate, they do not follow through on their commitment, what happens at that point?
Chairman White.
Yes, if they don't follow through on their commitment, or if they say move out of Tennessee, then they have to then pay back the remaining, if they say did 1 year but not 4, they would then had to pay back the remaining part prorated of their scholarship.
Representative Keem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
Representative Ritchie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1432 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
House Bill 432, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Go on, next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 3, House Bill 250 by Chairman Haston relative to career readiness assessments. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is now on the desk.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 198.
Chairman Haston moves substitute conform to Senate Bill 198, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Haston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0198 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Haston moves passage of Senate Bill 198 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 is House Amendment 2, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Okay. House Amendment 3 by Representative Hicks. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Hicks of Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman, thank you for allowing me to explain this friendly amendment. Thank you for accepting it. It simply adds 3 words in section 1A1, which the 3 words it adds is including soft skills. And the description of that is soft skills are non-technical qualities that enables people to work well with each other and to communicate effectively. They include attributes such as communication, teamwork, leadership, adaptability, problem solving, and time management. These skills are becoming increasingly more important in the modern workforce, as many businesses seek employees who can collaborate and communicate effectively. and who can adapt to the changing work environment. So with that explanation, I move for consideration of amendment number 3, please.
That's a proper motion, probably seconded. We're voting on consideration of amendment number 3. All those in favor of considering amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 3 prevails. Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption of the amendment number 3.
Representative Hicks moves adoption of amendment number 3, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're voting on the board. All those in favor of amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Chair, amendment number 3 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would extend the Tennessee Work Ready Opportunity Program that we passed in 2021. This bill would continue to make available the ability for our high school seniors to take a nationally recognized career readiness assessment that directly connects our students to Tennessee businesses and the Tennessee workforce. This assessment is made available at no cost to the student or the LEA. With that, with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Haston renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 250 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
House Bill 250, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsidered is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to item 8, House Bill 1150 by Chairman White, relative to education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 355.
Chairman White moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 355, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 355 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage of Senate Bill 355 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Vice Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what we're doing in this particular bill is in December of 2022, the Department of Education received a preschool development grant called a PDG from the U.S. Department of Education for the purposes of analyzing the current preschool landscape planning pilot programs in our state. It's a $4 million grant. And all we're doing with this bill is codifying how the DOE will put that in effect. The bill as amended codifies the department's plan for how they use the PDG grant funds. And the TDOE, or Department of Education, will implement a pilot program to award grant funds to 5 LEAs to implement innovative and high-quality preschool programs in the 23-24 school year. And then TDOE will assess the effects of the pilot program. And with that, Mr. Speaker, we renew our motion.
Chairman White renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Speaker. Sponsor, where would those 5 pilots be located?
Chairman White, you're recognized.
That is not in the legislation. At that time, I believe that once this goes into effect and we codify this, the Department of Education will select those areas.
Representative Pearson.
Is there a way, obviously I want at least one in Shelby County, in District 86 in particular, but is there a way that we can ensure that at least in the grand divisions, there's at least one pilot in each part of the state?
Chairman White.
That'll be a conversation we need to have with TDO, or Department of Education, and advocate for that. I would agree with you. I'd like to have one in Shelby.
Representative Pearson.
Got it. Thanks.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, I have to disagree with you. I'd like to have 2 in Shelby. I'd like to have one in the historic Orange Mound community. And that would aid us as we pursue the Industrial Development Corporation that Chairman Vaughn and I are working on. Thank you, sir.
Representative Sapicki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the bill sponsor and to the members who have spoke today, I find it very refreshing that now they are volunteering for a pilot program in their own districts. So hopefully that'll continue as we move forward. Thank you.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, you talked about the LEAs having some input into the grant, what makes up the grant, you know, how the grant will be devised. So will locals have an opportunity to weigh in on that? Or is the department just going to decide what they want from the grant recipients? How will the locals play into it before it goes into effect?
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this legislation, it doesn't say where it's actually codifying that they can actually do this. So I would say at this point, if we have an interest or any LEA that has an interest, may want to reach out to the LEA, Tennessee Department of Education, and advocate for that. So it's just not part of the legislation.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Keem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman White. I have to get in on this as to where the pilots will be located. And I do like the concept of the 3 grand divisions. I heard you say about Memphis, but what are your thoughts on the 3 grand divisions participating in those pilots?
Chairman White.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the more data we have across the grand divisions, kind of like previous bills, that would be great. So this is something we'll have to advocate for.
Representative Keem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Chairman.
Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Any objection to the previous question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 355, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Anybody wish to change their? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 355, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most for each serious table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1025 by Representative Butler and others relative to Tennessee heritage protection. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1100.
Representative Butler moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1100, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1100 on third and final consideration.
Representative Butler moves passage of Senate Bill 1100 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Kiesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 is the same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation creates the Tennessee Historical Commission for the sole purpose of hearing waiver requests under the Tennessee Heritage Protection Act of 2013. The appointing authorities would be the governor, the lieutenant governor of this 9-member commission, 1 from each grand division, and then 1 appointee for a 4-year, 3-year, and 2-year term for the first and initial 4-year terms. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Butler renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I believe the sponsor misspoke. He said this creates the Tennessee Historical Commission, which is the current commission. This, in fact, creates a new commission, the Tennessee Monuments and Memorials Commission, to go around and circumvent the Tennessee Historical Commission. This bill is in response to the removal of the Nathan Bedford Forrest statue that was removed outside from the Capitol Rotunda, and it's to undo the will of our governor who called for the Tennessee Historical Commission and the Capitol Commission to remove that heinous monument to the KKK that we used to have outside our building. And so this bill is to create a new process because Formerly, the Speaker of the House and the Speaker of the Senate did not support removal of that KKK monument. And so I'm very troubled by this bill. It's unnecessary. We have a Tennessee Historical Commission. We have a Tennessee Capitol Commission who are already a part of the process to remove Confederate monuments. This bill is to create a whole new specially appointed board who will preserve the monuments that you want. Because I looked at other legislation to protect the Nathan Bedford Forrest statue. I mean, this is all a part of this lost cause narrative, and it's very troubling. I think we should respect the Tennessee Historical Commission. We should respect history as history, and we don't need to continue to put all this effort toward protecting some very shameful monuments in our state. That Nathan Bedford Forrest statue was put up in 1978. It was put up in 1978, Representative Butler. Trust me, I studied it. The KKK had a press conference in front of that statue. It was young people and elders for decades trying to remove that statue, and finally got the Historical Commission to hear their grievances and get it removed. They said, that's not enough. Now you have to go before the Tennessee Capitol Commission. And we did that, and we got that statue removed. And so again, let's not continue to protect Confederate monuments more than we do protect the lives of Tennesseans. That's called idolatry. Let's not continue to protect Confederate monuments more than we protect our children. That's called idolatry. And so we don't need to continue to this worship of a lost cause. The Civil War is over, though some people here don't agree with that. The Civil War is a lost cause. It's done. And so we need to talk about how do we uplift all parts of our history and not just protecting this very heinous racist view of history that is about protecting this iconography of a lost cause that sought to enslave people who look like me. And so again, I hope that we don't waste money. This bill has it will increase expenditures by creating a whole new commission that's not needed. It's a waste of money when we already have commissions to do this. And also, let's trust historians. That Nathan Bedford Forrest statue was placed in the State Museum. Representative who's sponsoring this bill has a bill to try and give it back to the sons of the Confederate veterans.
Jones, that's not this legislation. So you're out of order. You guys stick on this bill. You're going to another bill. So last warning, stay on this bill. Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to show the context of what this is about.
Well, but you guys stay on the legislation that's in front of you. So Representative Jones, I suggest you stay on this bill. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is about the Tennessee Heritage Protection Act. White supremacy is not my heritage. Honoring enslavers and Confederates and the first Grand Wizard of the KKK is not a part of my heritage. Dr. King said, let the South recognize our true heroes. And if we want to really talk about protecting heritage, let's build a monument to Ida B. Wells, a Tennessean who actually did something for the state. Let's build a monument to those students like Diane Nash and John Lewis who led a revolution against Jim Crow right here in this city. Let's build a monument to true heroes of the South and not to those who were in rebellion against the nation, who were traitors to the nation. I don't think that creating a whole new board to try and protect Confederate monuments is the way to go. There's better use of state money. There's better use of our time here as a legislature than to create this, let's call it the Nathan Bedford Forrest Protection Commission. I think that, I'm looking at this bill and it gives the speaker and the lieutenant governor the ability to appoint members of this when we already have a process in which the lieutenant governor, the speaker, and the governor appoint members of the commissions that we already have existing. There's nothing wrong with that process, except that some members here are upset that they voted to remove the Nathan Bedford Forrest statue. And we've been waging a war about that ever since. It's in the museum. If you want to see it, the State Museum has the Nathan Bedford Forrest statue there. You can still see it in its proper context, but we don't need to honor it in the most, in these places of honor, in the state capitol, which should feel welcoming for all Tennesseans. And so let's do better, Tennessee. Let us uplift the true heroes of the South. Let's talk about our history collectively. And we can do better than this. And so I hope that the representative will reconsider this perpetuation of a false narrative because the South will not rise again, but the South will rise anew. A new South is rising. That's a multiracial democracy, one that values all people and human rights. That's what we're fighting for.
Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I misspoke on the Tennessee Monuments and Memorials Commission, I apologize. However, I doubt that there's any single individual in this room that has a flawless, perfect track record of any of their behavior. And whether you like our history or not, it is our history. And I'll just point out this from the representative. Since 1869, the Democrat Party of Tennessee essentially controlled both houses of the Tennessee General Assembly. They continued until 2009, with only exceptions being two-year assembly in 1881. This is on the bill.
Representative Jones, he's on the bill. He's talking. You're out of order. You're not even recognized. You're out of order. Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you. The citing of which party was in office during these years is not on the bill, sir. That's out of order.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was addressing Representative Jones's statements with the political party that was in control of the General Assembly when the Nathan Bedford Forrest bus that he mentioned was placed. So I was addressing his statements.
Representative Hardaway. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. If the gentleman from Nashville-Davidson was out of order speaking on this topic, then for the sponsor to speak on that topic is out of order. He doesn't automatically get a right to respond to an issue that was declared out of order by you.
Well, actually, Representative Hardaway, I did not declare him out of order when he was talking about the statue and being outside the chamber. That is not what I ruled him out of order for. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. If anything in the bill speaks to the political parties who were in power, then fine, he's in order. But nothing that I've seen speaks to which political party was in office when these heinous statues were first put up. It ain't there, sir. It's out of order. Thank you.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Butler renews his motion. Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name was called, and so I want to respond is that I didn't mention a political party. This is not about a political party, but it's about not left or right, but a moral issue of right and wrong. We should not build symbols to white supremacy and slavery and racial terror of the first grand wizard of the KKK outside the state capitol.
Representative Jones, that is outside the order that representative from Shelby County just said that was outside the topic of the bill. So if you would like to stay on the bill, that would be great. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to continue and use my 5 minutes to talk about why this bill is an insult to Tennesseans. Mr. Speaker, this bill is trying to circumvent democracy. A process went forward in which the people petitioned the Tennessee Historical Commission for removal of the Nathan Bedford Forrest statue. That process worked, Mr. Speaker. But then they were told that's not enough. You must go before the Tennessee Capitol Commission, which had not met for years. We went before that Capitol Commission and petitioned the Capitol Commission. This is saying that those two commissions did the wrong thing. And so we're going to create a whole new commission and stack the process against democracy, against multiracial democracy, and create the Tennessee Monuments and Memorials Commission, in which only the Speaker of the House and the Lieutenant Governor can appoint who's on this commission. This is not how the process should work. We have a process that worked in 2020 and 2021 to remove a Confederate monument, a process that was led by members of this community putting pressure on the governor to call these commissions to act. And so why would we waste money to create a whole new commission simply because we are upset? I mean, the Confederacy and these monuments that we're trying to protect belong in museums. And so let us go before the Tennessee Historical Commission, where historians are actually members of, not a specially selected commission of political appointees who have no idea of the full context and story of history. My concern about this commission as well is that how will we make sure that this commission is diverse? How will we make sure that this commission represents the diversity of Tennessee? So it's not just the grandchildren of those who support the Confederacy, but the grandchildren of those who are descendants of the enslaved, the grandchildren of those who are descendants of the Trail of Tears. How do we make sure that it is multiracial, that this commission is multiracial and not just a stacked commission of Confederate sympathizers? I think it's deeply troubling that we've already passed the Tennessee Heritage Protection Act that this bill is referencing, that already makes an arduous, difficult process to remove Confederate monuments. Why are we making it so difficult to remove these shameful parts of our history instead of letting local communities decide? This commission would overturn the will of local communities. So if a county like Shelby County or Davidson County said, we want to rename a street that is named Nathan Bedford Forrest, we can't even go to our own local government. We have to go before your specially picked commission that you're trying to create to get our own community to recognize the history that we want to honor in our history. That's not right. And so as I look at this bill, the Tennessee Monuments and Memorials Commission, I see redundancy. I see racial injustice. I see colonization as we have an outside commission appointed by the Speaker of the House and the Speaker of the Senate telling local communities what history they have to keep and what history they should not keep. This is a violation of our duty as lawmakers to respect the will of our constituents. If you want a Confederate statue in your county, that should be up to your county, but it should not be up to this state-appointed board of Confederate sympathizers appointed by the Speaker of the House and the Speaker of the Senate. And so I'm going to use the rest of my time just to talk about why the Tennessee Heritage Protection Act that you're referencing is an affront to civil rights. This bill was passed in resistance to movements to tell the full narrative of our history, a history that recognizes and centers the voice of those who were brutalized and raped and beaten under the system of chattel slavery. Instead, we're going to honor those who victimized and brutalized the people of our state, the people who built this capital, the people who built the economy of the state, who were not seen as human beings, who could not even sit in a chamber like this. I don't want to go back to that time in our history. Let us honor our true history and uplift true heroes of the South. Let's not stack a commission to preserve the history that you're comfortable with. Let's build a commission that is multiracial and that uplifts democracy and human rights in the South. We can do better, and I hope that we do better because you're on the wrong side of history.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me clarify a few things. This new commission will simply hear the waivers that are requested from the state of Tennessee. That is their only function, and they work under the Tennessee Historical Commission. That is all they do. And so with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Ritchie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 70, 21 nays.
Senate Bill 1100 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Oh, sorry, that was previous question. I was a little ahead of myself. Previous question prevails. Now we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1100 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 70, 21 nays.
Senate Bill 1100 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 764 by Representative Davis.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to roll this bill 20 spaces, please.
Without objection, roll 20 spots. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1279 by Representative Davis and others.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's relative to public funding for convention center facilities. The Senate bill is on the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0648.
Representative Davis moves substitute conform Senate Bill 648, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0648 on third and final consideration.
Representative Davis moves passage of Senate Bill 648 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2009, the General Assembly passed legislation to give Metro Nashville authority to use their sales tax revenues in the downtown district to build a convention center. The legislation set up a board of directors appointed by the mayor to oversee the use of these funds. In the last 14 years, the tax revenue generated by the downtown district has brought in an unprecedented amount of revenue. This bill simply clarifies the intent of the original law by stating that excess tax revenues shall only be used for prepayment or elimination of debt service, prepayment of capital expenses of the facility, payment of operating expenses, including the payment of expenses for cleanliness, safety, and maintenance of the qualified public use facility or qualified associated development, and the funding of cash reserves for the expenses. This bill would also add the state comptroller, state treasurer, and secretary of state to the board as ex officio non-voting members. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Davis renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor yield.
Representative Davis.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did the local government, Davidson Metro Council, request this bill?
Representative Davis.
No, sir. Legislative leadership became aware of the excess revenue that had been coming into the convention center over and above and beyond what it takes to make those debt payments. And so we wanted to take a fresh look at and ensure that those excess revenues would go to pay down the bond debt. And I'm honored to have been asked by leadership to carry this bill.
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you for that. One of the items that Metro Nashville was looking to do with this excess revenue is build a police station and update some police stations that's needed for all the crime and related safety issues downtown. Could you speak to if we're still able to do that with this legislation? Because we surely wouldn't want to defund the police.
Representative Davis.
With respect to any of the excess funds, the bill states that it can be used for security for the Metro and any sort of qualified public use facilities or qualified associated developments. In terms of building in capital improvements with regard to a new police facility, I don't believe it speaks to that. That would be something that we would need to just check with the comptroller's office, the Secretary of State, and/or legal services.
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you. Since there is some clarity that we think we need to make sure we need to have on this bill, because I sure, especially with one of my constituents, a former police officer here in this community, would you be willing to roll this bill a few places so we can get some clarity on that safety issue, please?
Representative Davis.
No, sir, I'd rather move forward.
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Love.
Thank you. Speaking to the sponsor,
Representative Davis.
Could you tell us some of the things that Metro was using the excess money for outside of paying for the debt and the maintenance of the building?
Representative Davis.
I can't speak to that.
Representative Love.
All right, so if I follow correctly, leadership was aware that there was an excess funds over and above what was estimated to be coming in, but we don't know what it was spent on.
Representative Davis.
Sir, the bill just addresses that those excess funds, that we use those to pay down the bond debt, and then also that we put those guardrails in place to ensure that we are using it for the Music City Center, and then also those surrounding associated facility uses.
Representative Love.
Thank you. Let me ask this question. Funds that have been collected up to June 30th of this year, because the bill takes effect July 1.
Representative Davis.
This act takes effect upon becoming a law.
Representative Love.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Funds collected as of April 20th. Are those funds able to be used for previously dedicated expenditures outside of what is the payment of the debt, or do those funds also become ineligible for that use?
Representative Davis.
The bill speaks to the revenues that are in excess. With respect to those prior to today's date, it doesn't speak to that.
Representative Love.
Okay, I thought I read in the legislation that it said even those revenues collected prior to the bill passing would not be able to be used in excess of retiring of debt and maintaining of the building.
Representative Davis.
I'll just read specifically from the bill. Notwithstanding any other law to the contrary, if an authority created pursuant to this chapter is apportioned state and local sales and use tax revenue pursuant to the Convention Center and Tourism Development Financing Act of 1998, compiled in Chapter 88 of this title, as a result of the financing by the authority of a qualified public use facility or qualified associated development, then excess tax revenues and prior accumulated excess tax revenues of the authority shall not be applied to any other purpose than the following as determined by the Board of Directors. And so it goes to list the prepayment of the debt service, the payment of capital expenses, and if the source of revenues is permitted by applicable law to be applied to the payment of operating expenses. And those operating expenses are then delineated with regard to the public use of the facilities, cleanliness, safety, and maintenance, qualified other uses associated with the associated development, and funding of cash reserves for those expenses.
Representative Love.
Thank you. And I think you did lift up what I was concerned about, which is even the prior accumulation. And so if there's money that's been accumulating up until today, that money will not be able to be used from what I'm understanding with the legislation. And so we're talking about a situation where even prior to the bill passing, it seems like it's retroactive. If the money hasn't already been expended, if there's excess money out there, then what it sounds like the bill is doing is saying, once the bill passes, even money that's been collected prior to the bill passing will not be able to be used if it's not already been allocated.
Representative Davis.
So just to make sure that I understand clearly your question, if there is excess tax revenues in reserve, those are going to be limited to ensure that the bond is paid down, any of those capital expenses, and then also those revenues attributed to any of the operating expenses as well. So yes, sir.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Representative Davis.
Yes, sir.
Representative Beck.
Sponsor, as you may or may not be aware because you're new here, this is in the middle of my district. This convention center was built under Mayor Carl Dean about 12 years ago. Do you know where these excess funds are coming from?
Representative Davis.
During our finance subcommittee and finance full committee, we had the comptroller and comptroller emeritus speak to that. And there are apparently 6 different sources of revenues that are special privilege taxes that are that were created to help fund this and pay for this.
Representative Beck.
And the main source that pays these bond funds is a hotel motel tax, correct?
Representative Davis.
I'm not sure which is the main source of funding, but I will defer to you.
Representative Beck.
And one of the reasons for this overage is our success. We've built thousands of new hotels, rooms. Our occupancy rate is one of the highest in the nation. The occupancy of the Music City Center itself, one of our largest conventions was the NRA. Over 25,000 people came to that. We are in the process of building a dynamic convention center for decades to come. The Music City Center, like other government, semi-government agencies like National Electric Service and probably KUB where you are, they don't pay property taxes. In lieu of property taxes, they pay a certain fee to the general fund because there are services that are required for these facilities. Police, fire, ambulance, all types of services that the city provides. And we're not getting a penny from the facility in tax, property tax. But we are from the generation of fees for all these conventions that come. So we're doing what we should do and being a success. And now the state says, oh no, don't be a success. We want to squash your entrepreneurial spirit of your city and take your money. Now, I know that Knoxville has a convention center. Do you know if it's running an excess?
Representative Davis.
No, sir, it's actually indebted. In fact, the county has to pay the city monies to keep the convention center going. It's actually a burden on our city and our county.
Representative Beck.
Well, fortunately, ours is not. And ours is not because we keep it in tip-top shape, because we're the place that people want to come. And we want to keep it that way. And we want to keep generating sales tax. Sales tax is a wonderful thing. We don't have to educate these tourist children. We can take their sales tax and their hotel, motel tax and all the different taxes that they pay without providing very little services. So I don't understand why all of a sudden we're so successful that the state says, we want your money. Can you explain that to me?
Representative Davis.
So when the comptroller and the comptroller emeritus testified yesterday in finance subcommittee and finance full, comptroller emeritus stated that there were concerns that they wouldn't be able to get that funded. However, the revenues have been in excess, and it's important to go back and revisit it. What we're trying to do is those revenue streams that were created to pay for this area and this Music City Center development, that they go to pay that. So we're excited that it is doing so well, and those funds that come in, they go to pay down that debt service. Hopefully we can pay it down faster, and then we'll be able to utilize those monies to maintain the excellent level that people come to expect with the convention center.
Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call previous question.
Previous question's been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 65, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 648, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 71, 21 nays.
Senate Bill 648, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1317 by Chairman Kumar relative to the Board of Pharmacy. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know I'm out of order, but some of these bills have a significant impact. And I had things I wanted to say. Other members have things they wanted to say. These are important issues for our community. You can pass it. At least let us make a comment. I'm really asking, please. I know this is, we don't want to be here all day, but some of these have a major impact on my community. And you got to give us an opportunity to talk. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm out of order.
Thank you, Representative Williams. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my good friend from Davidson County. I was on the list also. I recognize those are the rules. I was fully prepared to talk in favor of that bill, as I had done for many committees before this. So just because you're on one side or the other, the rules still evenly apply. So thank you very much.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's kind of odd and ironic and somewhat of an oxymoron to say I was on the list too, but still voted to move previous question. You know, I was on the list too, so I voted not to move previous question. Normally, if you
Representative Parkinson, you have a point of order? No. All right. Thank you. You have a point of order, Representative Warner? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind my friends across the aisle, they called the question right off the bat. We got no discussion on a bill earlier. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Not sure that was point of order. Might be his point of order, but wasn't nobody's point of order. All right. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know which rule it is, but don't we have a rule that if you don't ask a question all day, that you can't call the question?
I do not think so. Representative Leatherwood.
The day. Orders of the day.
Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
House Bill 1317 by Chairman Kumar relative to the Board of Pharmacy. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 753.
Chairman Kumar moves substitute and form Senate Bill 753. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 753 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kumar moves passage of Senate Bill 753 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 4.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is meant to strengthen, streamline, and improve the functions of the Tennessee Board of Pharmacy. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Kumar renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and thank you so much, sponsor. And looking at this, the caption talks about it vacating the Board of Pharmacy. Is this the creation of a new board or a change to an existing board?
Chairman Kumar.
This is an existing board that has been in function according to Rule 63 and Chapter 10 of the Part 2 of the Tennessee Constitution. It is also called the Board of Pharmacy.
Representative Pearson.
And with this legislation, if it were passed, would all of the members currently on there no longer be members, and then this new process take effect?
Chairman Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It increases the number of members from 7 to 9. An additional member who is actively practicing pharmacy is appointed, as well as a pharmacy technician is also appointed.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. So the members who are currently on there, those 7, would still be completing their terms?
Chairman Kumar.
Yes, they will be.
Representative Pearson.
Got it. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 753 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, no nays.
Senate Bill 753 having received the constitutional majority, everybody declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider is taken. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 975 by Representative Glenn relative to K-12 education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative McKenzie, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is an excellent opportunity to roll this bill 10 spots, please.
Without objection, roll 10 spots. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 496 by Representative Martin relative to health. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Kumar, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm a little out of order, but this is an important thing. With us during this time has been our nurse, Abigail. She is available 9 to 5, Monday through Thursday. And the reason I'm mentioning this is, one, her presence is reassuring, but also she has an AED, the automatic defibrillator. And you know, in an emergency, that can come in really handy. So while she's available here through the end of May, from Monday to Thursday, 9 to 5, if you want to take time, stop by for 5 minutes and learn how that device works, it can really come in handy and be life-saving, and you'll be a hero if it ever becomes necessary. So I just wanted to say thank you, Abigail. Please stand. Thank you, Abigail. And really take time to learn about the AED device. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to SB 458.
Representative Martin moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 458. Bobby second without objection. So ordered. Representative Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of SB 458 on third and final consideration.
Representative Martin moves passage of Senate Bill 458 on third and final consideration. Bobby second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Current law, there's no statutory time frame that requires a health licensure board to issue a license. This will establish a reasonable time frame for the board to respond to an applicant. This bill sets that time frame at 60 days. I renew my motion.
Representative Martin renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Question, what's the time frame right now? How many days does it take?
Representative Martin.
Currently, there's no set time frame, so it can range anywhere from 45 days to 60, 90 days up to 120. So we're just putting a hard stop on that for them to respond.
Representative Pearson.
Gotcha. The one thing I'm thinking about is, are we taking into account any of the cost, potential staffing problems that might lead to a potential lag? And government doesn't always operate very efficiently or quickly sometimes. And I know in a lot of different markets, people are dealing with the fact that there's not a lot of staffers. And so putting in a requirement could be potentially overburdening the folks who are there. And so have you talked with them about that and whether or not this law, this legislation would be impacting the workflow in a negative way?
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good question, sir. Yes, we reached out to them, addressed that aspect, and they agreed with the language that they were okay with that. So,
Representative Pearson.
Got it. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just going to ask Representative Martin how he fit into Representative Williams' clothing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. To the sponsor, is the language that allows the board to get into the hiring and firing, is that still in the bill? And if so, why?
Representative Martin. Representative Martin.
I do not know that answer, sir. No, sir. That
Representative
is not
Hardaway.
in there.
All right, thank you, and thank you to the chairman of the Ball Caucus. And that's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 458, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 87, no nays.
Senate Bill 458, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The most read serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 26 by Chairman Faison and others relative to fines. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 13.
Chairman Faison moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 13. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 13 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Faison moves passage of Senate Bill 13 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment's in the Senate bill, therefore I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
I renew my motion.
Chairman Faison renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 13 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Alexander, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, one nay.
Senate Bill 13, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most read serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 738 by Leader Love relative to doulas. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0394 on third and final consideration.
Representative Love moves substitute and form.
I'm sorry, substitute conform. I'm sorry.
Substitute and form. Yes, sir.
Substitute conform to Senate Bill 0394.
Let journal reflect Representative Sparks is excused. Representative Love moves substitute and form Senate Bill 394. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0394 on third and final consideration.
Representative Love moves passage of Senate Bill 394 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we have a bill today that will create a doula advisory committee. This will allow us to help monitor the effects of doulas as we have a pilot program that we have funded in the budget right now. I want to thank Senator Lamar for bringing this important piece of legislation that will help us expand great maternal care for our citizens of Tennessee. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Love renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 394 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast a vote? Does any member wish to change the vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 15 nays, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 394 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. Most read serious text. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 271 by Representative Hicks of Washington relative to health. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 219.
Representative Hicks moves substitute and form Senate Bill 219, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 219 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 219 on third and final consideration, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Health Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of amendment number 2, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 219 simply creates a new certification for a psychological testing technician to be housed under the Board of Examiners of Psychology. The primary role for a psychological testing technician is to administer psychological and neuropsychological tests to patients. The purpose is to help with the shortage of psychologists and neuropsychologists. This will sure help free up more time so they can assist more patients. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? See no objection. 343. Okay. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Karen, you're aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 66, 20 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 219 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 219 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed by objection. Most read series tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 88 by Speaker Pro Tem Marsh relative to military waivers for commercial driver's license. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move substitute and conform to Senate Bill 105.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 105, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 105 on third and final consideration.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves passage of Senate Bill 105 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American Trucking Association estimates that we have currently about 80,000 shortage truck drivers, and that could go up to as many as 160,000 by 2028. This is a pro-veteran, pro-jobs bill that will allow current military personnel or veterans within 1 year of honorable discharge to help require a commercial driver's license. This program is called Even Exchange Program, which allows qualified heavy military truck drivers to waive the knowledge test. The program is approved by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration and is also approved by 18 other states, which includes 6 surrounding. I'll renew my motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 105, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 105, having received constitutional majority, hereby declared passed by objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 485 by Chairman Boyd relative to traffic safety. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill is on the desk.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 589.
Chairman Boyd moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 589, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 589 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Boyd moves passage of Senate Bill 589 on third and final consideration. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 2, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 485, or the Eddie Conrad Act, is named in memory of Mr. Eddie Conrad. In the summer of 2020, Eddie and his wife, Jocelyn, some friends of mine and pillars of the community in Wilson County, were stopped turning into a friend's house with their blinker on, and they were rear-ended by a driver who was texting and driving. The resulting accident actually resulted in the death of Mr. Eddie, and Miss Jocelyn was in intensive care for several months and rehab coming out of it. The Conrads have made it a mission in life to bring awareness to texting and driving. And so what the Eddie Conrad Act would do is it would impact juveniles who are repeat offenders of texting and driving. They currently are assessed 6 points on the driver's license for the first offense, and this would add an additional point, bringing it to 7. I renew my motion.
Chairman Boyd renews his motion. Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 589 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, nay.
Senate Bill 589 having received the constitutional majority, hereby declared passed by objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 929 by Representative McKenzie and others relative to fees for driver's license. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform with Senate Bill 894.
Representative McKenzie moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 894, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 894 on third and final consideration.
Representative McKenzie moves passage of Senate Bill 894 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is simple and I really think powerful. It removes one phrase, the foster care, but what it does, it allows all children within state custody to get their driver's license for free. Currently, it's just children in foster care, but it opens up that pipeline for all children who are currently in state custody to get their driver's license paid for. So with that, I renew my motion.
Representative McKenzie renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are children in juvenile detention going to be able to benefit from this?
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of them being able to drive while in juvenile detention, no. But if this comes, if they're able to drive, then that will be applicable if they meet all the other requirements of their service.
Representative Lafferty.
Not sure I followed that answer. So if I have been sentenced to juvenile detention and I'm 15 years old and I'm going to be there until I'm 18 years old, can I get the state to buy me a driver's license?
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once you go out of state custody, once you're no longer a ward of the state, then no. So your answer to that scenario would be no.
Representative Lafferty.
I'm still not sure I followed that. Let me ask it one more time. If I'm 15 years of age when I go into juvenile detention, I don't leave the system until after I'm 18, are we providing a 16-year-old with the driver's license?
Representative McKenzie.
No.
Representative Lafferty.
Thank you for that. Just wanted to make sure. So we're not rewarding kids for being locked up.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 894, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Alexander, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 68, 13 nays, 3 present not voting.
Senate Bill 894 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 142 by Chairman Faison and others relative to transportation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 79.
Chairman Faison moves to substitute and form Senate Bill 79, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 79 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Faison moves passage of Senate Bill 79 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
I renew my motion.
Chairman Faison renews his motion. Any question, any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 79, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 82, would nay.
Senate Bill 79, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 983 by Chairman Haston relative to employment benefits.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 983 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Haston moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to roll this to the hill of the amendments.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption amendment number 2. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, back to the heel of the amendments, Education Administration Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, Tennessee teachers have had to use sick leave days and vacation days to take parental leave for a new child. This legislation would guarantee the payment of the teacher's salary for a 6-week period if they qualify in the event of a birth, adoption, or stillbirth of a child. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Haston renews his motion. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you can notice, members, there are those that are coming in and out of the chamber right now. The comptroller has been kind enough to purchase pizza for everyone. So if you would like to come in and out without disturbing everyone or the order of business, then feel free to grab some pizza. And I deeply appreciate the comptroller doing so. And please show your appreciation for him.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 983 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has every member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 86, no nays.
House Bill 983, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 13. Item 13, House Bill 975 by Representative Glenn relative to K-12 education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Glenn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 414.
Representative Glenn moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 414, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 414 on third and final consideration.
Representative Glenn moves passage of Senate Bill 414 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Chair, without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Glenn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The aim of this bill is to allow teachers to return to substitute teach without affecting their pension. Right now, they can teach for 120 days a year after they retire without affecting their pension. This allows them to go beyond 120 days. So right now, if a retired teacher wants to be a substitute and be paid as a substitute, they are limited to only 120 days. All this legislation would do is allow those teachers to not be limited to that 120 days. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Glenn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a teacher was in juvenile detention, will he have the ability to extend their time?
Representative Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Representative McKenzie.
Representative Glenn, is this your first bill?
Representative Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's taking you a long time to get up to the well, Representative Glenn. What's taking you so long to get your first bill across the finish line?
Representative Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a military man and we move at night.
Representative McKenzie. Representative McKenzie.
It sounds like you must want me to roll this another 30 to 40 spots, but I won't do that. I will say congratulations, but hand you off to the next member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Glenn, I got 4 minutes and 57 seconds left on this, but I'll be brief. This is your first bill. Congratulations, I think. This bill is about teachers, right?
Representative Glenn.
That is correct.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Glenn, what would your teacher say about you right now?
Representative Glenn.
My teacher would say I was the best student she ever had. In all 12 years of my small town, along with Representative Hurt, we were the best students she ever had.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you to not allow a full explanation like this on this floor ever again, because we know that is the absolute untruth. And Mr. Speaker, since we're talking about teachers, I was asked this question, and so I'm going to ask you, and maybe your bill can speak to this. Representative, if two wrongs don't make a right, who's wrong? The first person that did wrong or the second person who sealed the deal by doing wrong and not making a right?
Representative Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is there a rule against harassment around here? Never heard of that.
Representative Parkinson.
Mr. Speaker, there should be a rule against bad timing. But Representative Glenn, you've been a joy to work with. We appreciate you being in the East Wing, and congratulations and good luck with everything else. You're a good man. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Representative Leatherwood. At Lynn.
Yes, sir. Now, another representative's name was mentioned here, and as I understand, y'all played football together. And is it true that you were the quarterback and you would tell Chris Hurt what to do all the time? And my question is, will you please continue doing that now that you're up here? Is that true?
Representative Glenn.
That is true, Representative Leatherwood.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. I have absolutely nothing to say. I just wanted to see him nervous.
Representative Johnson of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll call a previous question.
Previous question has been called. Any objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 414 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, every member must change your vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Bill 414 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1031 by Representative Hurt and others relative to the Inmate Disciplinary Oversight Board.
Chairman Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1031 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hurt moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized. Oh, Vice Chairman Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee number 1 and defer the sponsor for further explanation.
Vice Chairman Gillespie moves adoption amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1031 came as an initiative from the study group after the Eliza Fletcher tragedy last fall. What was found out was currently prisons across the state have their own disciplinary boards to determine the awarding and reduction of credits for sentence reduction. This legislation is amended, creates the Inmate Disciplinary Oversight Board for the purpose of reviewing the granting, denial, and removal of inmate sentence credits for good institutional behavior or satisfactory program performance. The board will be a full-time, autonomous inmate disciplinary board that review inmate sentence credits for good institutional behavior, as well as determine whether sentence credits previously awarded should be removed due to a major prison infraction. The board will be composed of 9 members, 3 members appointed by the governor, 3 members appointed by the Speaker of the Senate, 3 members appointed by the Speaker of the House. The 3 appointing authorities will appoint 1 member from each grand division. The board has the discretion to review the removal or awarding of credits as necessary. Creating a statewide oversight disciplinary board promotes public safety while ensuring across the board that each case is treated under the same rules. Members, this is not about preventing good behavior credit. It's about addressing violent behavior in prison and making sure that when violent behavior occurs, that it is taken into account and that there are ways to address these violations. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hurt renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to lift up the concerns I shared before the Government Operations Committee is that right now each prison has their own board to review this. And we're creating just one board now for all the prisons in the state, 9 people to handle all those cases. So there's a question of efficiency and there's a question of capacity. My concern is that this will delay people who are getting the good sentencing credits from being released in a timely manner because we're just having one board handle hundreds or thousands of cases from across the state as opposed to each prison handling it case, within each institution. And so how do we make sure that we still are allowing people to regain their freedom in a timely manner when 9 people are handling all the cases across the state, as opposed to each prison having their own process as it's been the case?
Representative Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's a fair question. And it was actually in one of the subcommittees addressed also. As amended, this legislation gives the board discretion on the ones they will look at. Each member will have a full employees underneath them to help them with the magnitude of of cases they will be looking at, but it doesn't say that they have to look at every single one. They have the discretion of, as they go through, making sure they can handle the cases that they do see. So there is the discretion built in there for that. I think, did that answer your question? Or was there another part of it that I missed?
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Representative Hurt. That was one of my questions. My other question too is looking at this board that we're creating a whole new government entity. When we already have these entities within each prison. And so it seems redundant, and it seems to be, I saw the expenditure, 1 million, 2 million. I mean, this is significant money that we're using from the taxpayers to create a whole new government structure. Do you think that it warrants creating a whole new agency, or could we just go, how the system's been working where each parole board is within each institution? Excuse me, not parole board, each board isn't within each institution.
Representative Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in reference to that, right now there are limited policies regarding the disciplinary boards of each prison. For example, the Turnkey Industrial Complex has 54 disciplinary board members, while West Tennessee State Penitentiary only has 6. So there is a discrepancy across the state, but in order to allow them to keep their own autonomy and keep looking at it the way they're looking at, this board will just oversee them and review each inmate and the sentence credits, and make sure that the reduction for violent behavior is taken into account. I think in the Eliza Fletcher case, the accused had over 50 violent infractions, but was still released, I believe, 4 years early. So this is just to oversee them, allow them to keep their autonomy and do what they're doing, and let this board just continue to, or step in and just oversee and make sure that things are treated equally across the board.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Representative Hurt, for that explanation. My last question is, my concern is how do we ensure, what safety mechanisms do we have in place in this legislation to make sure that if there is a concern that this board is not hearing cases in an expeditious manner, if there are delays because there's such the capacity issue, how are we making sure that if there's a concern that an inmate in my district, I get a lot of letters from the prison, are sent and saying, their loved one is not being released in a timely manner, that the board is not hearing them. How do we make sure that their concerns are met? And secondly, how do we make sure we're not perpetuating mass incarceration, and that they're not just targeting people who are people of color? How do we make sure that there's equity across race, economics? I'm concerned that this bill may contribute to mass incarceration and not releasing people, letting them regain their freedom in a timely manner. So what safety precautions do we have in place to ensure that?
Representative Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those rules will be propagated by GovOps. And another aspect of that is they're not required to oversee each and every single one of them. They'll have their workers that work under each member, and they will be taking into account what's going on across the state at each prison with the disciplinary boards. So GovOps will promulgate rules to address that, but at the same time, we're not saying that everyone is going to be reviewed automatically to cause the backup that you're concerned with.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. My final question is, who asked you to, you said there was a task force group. What was the makeup of that task force that heard, this as a solution because of that one case you mentioned? Was it, criminal justice experts? Was it people in the prisons? Like, who made up that board and that commission?
Representative Hurt.
I will need a little help with that commission, with the makeup of it, to make sure your question gets answered correctly.
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarity. Government Operations Committee will not promulgate rules. We will review the rules promulgated by others to make sure that they're in compliance with the guidance that this body addresses. As far as the commission is concerned, the Department of Corrections is empowered to promulgate rules to pursue this.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Just see you. Thank you, Speaker. The question can be answered. There was a commission that was put together after Eliza Fletcher was murdered in Memphis. Who was on that commission? Was that made up of this legislative body, or was it made up of experts externally? I'm sorry, I don't know if the previous person heard the question.
Representative Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a committee appointed by this body, and they heard testimony from expert witnesses.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. Thank you. A couple of questions, and I too am just concerned about this new process. A little more bureaucracy rarely helps with efficiency problems. One of the things that I'm looking at with this disciplinary board as it relates to, and I just want to clarify to make sure I got the right amendment number. I have amendment number 1, and in my paper it says 004098. Is that accurate? Okay, there's a couple of pieces in here that I hope might be amended or changed. It says, and I'll read this because as I've shared with you all, we've got a lot of constituents and people watching us, rewrites the bill similar to the bill is filed, but this amendment repositions the board as the final arbiter of the warden's decision to award or remove sentence reduction credits, removes the section applying the bill to misdemeanors, removes the definition of board from Title 41, Chapter 21, Part 2, increases the size of the board to 9 members, 3 members each appointed by 2 speakers and the governor, with the requirement that each appointing authority select one of their appointments from each grand division, restructures the initial terms of the board members to comport with this change. And then it does this, removes the diversity requirement from the board, replaces the duty to work cooperatively with TDOC with the authority to work with TDOC, so no longer that being required, sets the salaries of board members at $120,000 per year with cost of living adjustments every 2 years, removes the requirement that 4 board members must consent to any grant or removal of sentence reduction credits. There are 2 big removals happening with this amendment that erodes even the modicum of potential democracy within the process. Obviously, there's the taking away of a lot of power from boards to now have this oversight of this larger board, and that concerns me. But I'm deeply concerned about why you think, or this body should think, that removing the diversity requirement for the board would be a good idea, particularly when it's more diverse people being incarcerated in the state of Tennessee.
Representative Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would think that as long as they make decisions based on the expertise of the members that are put on there, that the merit that they show should be factor in that decision making. I would think that each one of those individuals who appoint would take recommendations and look at everybody involved based on their merit and their expertise and what they can bring to the board.
Representative Pearson.
The reason, and I've seen in legislation we just passed moments ago, to have this requirement is because we are committing that having a diversity of voices, opinions, perspective, and people leads to better decisions and outcomes. If present law has that, why are we removing it?
Representative Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm sure they will take recommendations, but the legislation will refer to their merit and their expertise in that subject area.
Representative Pearson.
That's one bad thing that I think it does. And then I think about removing the requirement that 4 board members must consent to any grant or removal of sentence reduction credits. Again, even in the Supreme Court, having 4 justices is necessary in order to hear a case. And so again, it says it's a removal. So in current law, 4 folks out of the 9 would at least have to agree. And now my concern is that can one person disagree and that returning citizen, that person who's incarcerated, no longer have those credits, or those credits are no longer granted? These removals, these changes that we're making from present law, which this body and another iteration passed, are deeply concerning to me. I'll say this, there's a disparate impact on who's being harmed by our judicial system, and we have a responsibility to ensure we do justice in these systems.
Representative Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your comments.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions were answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the questions on this particular bill, but particularly appreciate you carrying it. And Speaker Sexton, thank you very much for your leadership on this. Liza Fletcher was killed in a brutal, brutal manner. And we've talked about a lot of solutions on trying to save lives in here. And there's lots of different issues we can discuss. But when somebody has 52, I believe is the number we heard in committee, infractions within the system, and they still earn good time and behavior credit and are released 4 years early to brutally murder one of our citizens, it is incumbent upon us to act. So all these are good questions, that's fine. But my goodness, it's time to have some oversight over these boards that are each prison, that are appointed by the warden, that just kind of do whatever they want to do in regards to good time and behavior credit. So the laws we pass here on this floor matter. It lays out when someone should get good time or behavior credit, and there has to be some sort of oversight board over those entities. Right now, there's nothing. This would create that and would prevent the type of brutal, heinous murder that we saw that spurred these type of this type of analysis of the system. There are lots of other things we should do as well, and we've discussed many of those on other bills, but this will matter. This will save lives. So this bill comes down to a pretty easy choice. Do you want a better system that saves lives or not? Because this will absolutely guarantee that. So thank you for bringing the bill. Thank you, Speaker, for your leadership on this. And I want to thank Chairman Halsey for leading us through the committee meetings that really exposed what was happening behind the scenes in the darkness and brought that into the light to say, look, if you're good in prison, if you do the programs you're supposed to, great, you get the credit for that. If you're not, you absolutely should not be getting that sentence credit. Thank you for bringing the bill.
Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question be called. Any objection? Objection. He's on the list. We're on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1031 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 74, 19 nays.
House Bill 1031 and received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare it passed by objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am out of order, but this time of year, it is incumbent on us to appoint, with the will of the body, a paper drive chairman. We have met and convened, and we have decided that with all the pizza boxes, the calendars that you finished yesterday and this morning, don't throw away other calendars you have, but we do have one very important representative who needs to be the chair of the paper drive. And with y'all's indulgence, I would like to nominate Representative Brian Ritchie to be the chair of the paper drive. So y'all make sure he's got everything of your pizza boxes to make sure we're doing good job recycling through his desk. Thank you, members.
Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1030 by Representative Doggett and others relative to repeat offenders.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1030 is, we put a lot of work into that this year. Speaker Sexton, this is his bill. But at this time, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to respectfully ask that we roll this bill to the first available calendar of 2024.
Without objection.
House Bill 392 by Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good to see you up there swinging the gavel, my friend. If we could roll item number 25 and item number 26, 10 spaces on today's calendar.
Without objections, so ordered. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 905 by Deputy Speaker Johnson relative to judicial districts.
Deputy Speaker Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 905 on third and final consideration.
Deputy Speaker Johnson moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Defer to sponsor for explanation. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farman moves adoption of amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. All those opposed say no. Adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt, and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 2, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. All those opposed say no. We adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Barrett. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill. It was brought to us by the AOC. The Administrative Office of the Courts originally brought this bill asking for 5 judges, and I know the sponsor had 2 judges in his district. And I'm sure that our friends across the rotunda and in the Senate probably just had an oversight by deciding to take out the 23rd and 1 judge from the 19th. I know Representative Reedy and Representative Littleton and I were extremely disappointed to see the 23rd taken out. So this motion is offered to bring the 23rd, add the 23rd judge back into it, and I move for consideration of amendment number 3.
You've heard the motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment. All those in favor of considering amendment, vote aye when the bell rings. Oh, Mr. Clerk, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I see members want to be recognized. The motion to consider is a non-debatable motion, but the sponsor gets a 1-minute explanation, which has been done. So now we're voting on whether or not to consider Amendment 3.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you. Just from a parliamentary perspective, if this amendment were to be adopted, it would have a fiscal note and therefore not be funded in the budget, put us in a constitutional quandary. Is that correct, Clerk?
Mr. Clerk. We're on the motion to consider in amendment number 3. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Speaker, that's correct.
All those in favor of considering amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no.
Going to fail, so you'll announce that.
Mr. Kirk, please take the vote.
Ayes 26, 60 nays, 2 present, I voted.
In accordance with Rule 60, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider Amendment 3 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Deputy Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 905, as amended, adds 3 new trial judges, one in the 13th district, one in the 19th, and one in the 22nd. I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker Johnson renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Question on the bill.
Representative Hardaway, for what purpose?
Thank you, sir.
Is that all you have to say? Are you sick?
I was trying to give you a break. However, I'm still going to give you a break. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of HB 905 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does anyone change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
HB 905, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 831 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to expunction.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 831 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lambert moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment creates a new process for expunging certain arrest records and clarifies some other additional information. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1.
Chairman Halsey moves adoption of Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill just creates a form for the TBI process on expungement that a court can get so that they know whether or not someone is eligible for that expungement. With that, I renew my motion.
Leader Lambert renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you, Leader, for carrying this. I've been here a long time trying to get something done about this. This is a good step in the right direction. Thank you.
Representative Kalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of HB 831 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
HB 831 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 806 by Leader Lamberth relative to criminal offenses. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1475.
Leader Lambert moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1475, properly seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 1475 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lambert moves passage of Senate Bill 1475 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the RICO bill. I stand ready for questions and renew my motion.
Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lambert, can you explain racketeering to us as defined under this law?
Leader Lambert.
Thank you. Yes, in subsection 6, a pattern of racketeering activity means engaging in at least 2 incidents of racketeering activity that have the same or similar intents, purposes, results, accomplices, victims, or methods of commission, or are otherwise interrelated by distinguishing characteristics and are not isolated incidents, provided that at least one of the incidents occurred after July 1st, 2023, and the last of the incidents occurred within 8 years of the prior incident. Racketeering activity that was the subject of prior prosecution that resulted in acquittal must not be used under this part. Racketeering activity is then listed in subsection 9, and I know we're on the clock, so I won't read that section, but it is listed in subsection 9 exactly what that is.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lambert, would you agree that racketeering is a type of organized crime in which the person sets up a type of coercive, fraudulent, extortionary, or otherwise illegal coordinated scheme or operation to repeatedly or consistently collect a profit? Would that be under this definition of racketeering?
Leader Lambert.
The definition of racketeering is exactly what is included in the statute, nothing more or less. It is literally just what's on the words on the page.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. That is included as a part of what racketeering is. And so my question to you, I know that Speaker Sexton has stepped down from the dais, but would this law apply to the legislature and to your caucus?
Leader Lambert.
This particular bill applies to any particular criminal activity just as described in this statute, sir.
Representative Jones.
So if any member of this body was engaging in coercive, fraudulent, extortionary, or otherwise illegal conduct in a coordinated scheme or operation to repeatedly or consistently collect a profit, they will be in violation of this law.
Leader Lambert.
Sir, if you're aware of any criminal activity by anyone in this chamber or in the public, I would recommend that you refer that to law enforcement, allow them to investigate it. I'm sure that if this bill or any other is placed in the law, they will take according action on whatever is necessary.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. We definitely, plan to move forward with those concerns. And I know that there's been some actions here that have responded to some of those concerns as well. And so I just wanted to clarify that we are not above the law, and that too often the lawmakers here are the largest lawbreakers in this body. And so we have to be clear that as we're making these laws, they also apply to us.
Representative Jones, stay on the topic. You're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And it's great to have a speaker in the dais who doesn't shut off our microphone. I'm thankful that you're up there.
Representative Gant.
Move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Are there any objections? There are objections. We're both aware. We're voting on previous questions. All in favor of previous questions, please vote aye. Those vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye 69, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting on Senate Bill 1475. All in favor, please vote aye. Those no, vote red. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 79, 10 nays.
Senate Bill 1475, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Make a motion to roll this bill 2 spaces.
Mr. Speaker, that's
Without
House Bill
objection, so
764.
moved. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 385 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to sentence reduction credits. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 496.
Leader Lambert moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 496. Property seconded. Without question, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 496 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lambert moves passage of Senate Bill 496 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment's in the Senate bill, therefore I move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this very simple bill, and again, it came out of the same task force we discussed earlier. If someone is in jail pre-adjudication, so they've not been convicted of anything, they are building jail credit. And they can, in fact, build good time credit. They could even, in certain circumstances, build behavioral credit. So behavioral good time credit, if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, even pre-adjudication. Right now, that's automatic, that they get automatic good time. And in what we discussed earlier in the other bill, we looked at the different situations on how someone was receiving time off of their sentence. And unfortunately, one of the things that came to light is it was automatic in every single instance. If someone had served pretrial credit, that they would get good time or behavior credit regardless of whether or not they had earned it. So all this does is it just changes it where the jail administrator that is at that site gets to make a determination whether or not they have done what they were supposed to do. And if they have, they get their good time credit. If not, then they can go through the TDOC process to both challenge that or they potentially would not get that good time credit. But it just makes that process where it's not automatic, it's purposeful on the part of everyone to look at it and see whether or not that person under the statute really has earned their good time credit. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Leader Lambert renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
We have objections. We're voting on previous question. All in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye 66, 21 nays. Aye 67, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're on the bill, Senate Bill 496. All in favor, please vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 71, 18 nays.
Senate Bill 496, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 27 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to Tennessee Hope Scholarships.
Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of House Bill 27 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lambert moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of Amendment Number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Amendment Number 1 say aye. All those opposed, please say no. We adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Members, we have a little paperwork issue that we're trying to get through here. So with that, I'm a big fan of this bill and I look forward to a discussion on it, but we've got to handle at least some paperwork issues apparently just with this particular bill for a moment. So if I would make a motion to roll this 10 spaces.
Without objection, so moved. Roll 10 spaces. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 10. Item 10 on today's calendar, House Bill 764 by Representative Davis relative to law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Davis, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for consideration of Amendment Number
No.
2. I do? Okay, thank you. I apologize. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0591.
Representative Davis moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 591, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0591 on third and final consideration.
Representative Davis moves passage of Senate Bill 591 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Hulsey, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll to the hill.
Roll to the hill. Next, let's see, next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have Amendment 2 by Representative Davis. It was not timely filed.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for consideration of Amendment Number 2.
You've heard the motion, properly seconded. We're voting on consideration of Amendment Number 2. Representative Davis, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Essentially, we changed the date for compliance from 90 days to 120 days per agreement with the Senate sponsor. And with that, I renew my motion.
You've heard the motion. It's properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 2. All those in favor of considering amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 20 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 2 prevails. Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion. Move adoption. Thank you, sir. I move adoption of amendment number 2.
Representative Davis moves adoption of amendment number 2. That's properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is very troubling, Representative Davis. In 2018, Nashville voters organized to institute a community oversight board of police here in our community. And this bill that you're proposing is undoing democracy. It's undoing the actions and the efforts of our local community to find some type of oversight of our local police department. Earlier this year, we were on this floor talking about the death of Tyree Nichols in Memphis. We should be increasing our conversations about police accountability and oversight, reining in any type of police violence through democratic mechanisms like oversight boards. But this bill that you're proposing is a slap in the face to the voters of Davidson County once again, overriding their local autonomy, overriding their efforts to collect petition signatures through a referendum to institute a community oversight board. And so what you're doing is saying that democracy does not matter. But on top of that, what you're saying is that communities who are impacted by police violence, by police brutality, by abuse of power, don't deserve a means of redress that will effectively and efficiently move to have their concerns met. What you're saying is that you know better than the people who have been victims of police violence, who led the campaign in Nashville to institute this community oversight board, mothers of young men who were murdered by police in the city. And so I hope that as you do this, I don't know who brought you this bill, I know you're a new member, but I hope that you'll see that this bill is insulting to the people, to the mothers, to the community here in Nashville. I'm deeply concerned. Thank you.
Out of order. You have to refrain. Thank you. Representative Jones.
Representative Davis, who asked you to present this bill?
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just the House sponsor. This was asked by the Senate side, the Senate sponsor, if I would carry this for him in the House.
Representative Jones.
And so you decided to sponsor a bill that impacts our community and that will undo the will of our voters in Davidson County when you represent hundreds of miles away in Knox County. I think that speaks for itself. My second question is, do you have any familiarity with police brutality? Do you know what it's like to live in a community plagued by police violence, or to talk to mothers who have had their children gunned down by law enforcement? Have you ever had a discussion with anybody impacted by police violence?
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Essentially, what this bill does is it creates a statewide structure for a police advisory review committee where citizens can bring forward those issues that they have, and it still allows for any sort of citizen to bring an issue forward. It's my turn to speak, sir. Thank you. And so what we're doing is we're ensuring it's a permissive bill to allow for any sort of local governing body across our state to take and use this. And so the language of the bill is structured from the Police Advisory Review Committee in Knoxville. And that Police Advisory Review Committee is working very well. And it's something that we're very proud of. And so it's one that I am proud to carry. I think it is important that citizens have an opportunity to bring their issues forward. This allows for that. And as amended, this allows statewide standards that have been proven effective. So those governing bodies can create the Police Advisory Review Committee upon adoption of an ordinance by 2/3 vote. The purpose of the committee is to strengthen the relationship between citizens and law enforcement agencies to ensure a timely, fair, and objective review of citizens' complaints while protecting the individual rights of local law enforcement officers. The committee will make recommendations concerning citizen complaints to the head of law enforcement. The committees will consist of 7 members appointed by the mayor with the approval of the governing body. This bill ensures community oversight boards operate under the same standards statewide, allowing law enforcement to conduct an accurate, fair, and valid crime scene investigation without interference by outside boards. Each person that's appointed will be appointed by the mayor and then approved by the city council.
All right. What's your point of order, Representative Jones?
Mr. Speaker, when we ask questions, members cannot filibuster our questions with non-answers. I asked a very specific question, and not once did the representative.
That's objection. That's objection. Mr. Clerk, can you advise on that rule about a filibuster, if there is such? Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, time limits on debate. When recognized, each member shall be limited to 5 minutes in discussion upon the floor of the House on a particular bill, resolution, or motion. A majority of the members present may increase or decrease the limitations of time herein set out for debate on a particular bill, resolution, or motion.
Is a point of order question, Representative Jones? Representative Jones?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So according to that rule, that 5 minutes was my time, and I was trying to reclaim
Mr. Clerk,
my time.
can you answer his question if the 5 minutes is his time, or is the 5 minutes the total debate time?
Mr. Speaker, the member has 5 minutes. If that member wishes to talk about and debate the bill for 5 minutes and present their views on the bill for a total of 5 minutes, they may. If they choose to ask questions of the sponsor, the time to use in response to the question comes out of the member's time.
Representative Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point of order is that it seems like we're making up rules as we go. The 5 minutes belongs to the person asking the question.
Representative Jones, it was asked and answered. Do you have a question for the clerk? He just answered your question. I understand that you don't like the answer, but he did answer based on the rules, based on the clerk who interprets the rules. Mr. Jones, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Sexton, Speaker. There is a process. These rules were put in place. We were told at the beginning of session that these rules would not be used to silence a dissent. We were told this when we debated these rules on the House floor.
Representative Jones, you have an objection. He's under point of order and he's not asking a question. But he's not asking a question. Hang on, Mr. Clerk, is there any?
Mr. Speaker, I would just add a specific passage, section 95, item 4. When time for speaking is limited, which by rule our time is, and a member consents to be interrupted by questions, the time consumed is taken out of the time allowed for the member to speak.
Representative Gant.
Mr. Speaker, orders of the day.
Orders of the day have been called. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now, I know it may be the case that there are some that don't like this young member back here, and that's fine.
Representative Parkinson. Representative Parkinson. No, sir. We're under parliamentary question. That is nowhere near a question. That was a statement. So does it relate to the adoption of Amendment 2? Per the clerk. All right, Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a member is trying to ask a question regarding a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I need your attention. I'm asking the speaker a question, and I don't need anybody else telling me how to ask the speaker a question.
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if a member is asking a question in regards to a point of order, and the majority party shouts him down and the rest of the question cannot be heard, then he needs to be able to ask, he or she needs to be able to ask their question. And so that's why I was leading off with what's going on over there, because you hear all this loud objection before the member's question is asked. And the member deserves to, every member deserves to, at a minimum, be able to finish their question, whether it's right or wrong.
That's fine. He actually did get 4 questions in that we did answer. Representative Parkinson.
And thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. And if he did, then your ears are much better than mine, because I could not hear the end of 3 of his last questions. I can't tell you what he was trying to ask because the noise raised so high on the floor that it drowned out the rest of his question. And that's all I'm asking, is that we show some respect to the members and let them finish their question.
Out of order, out of order.
That's the disrespect that I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. I have the right, Mr. Speaker, to ask you a question so that we understand the rules and know them better, and to get drowned out by the boos and the objects, and which I don't give about, none of your business. I'm talking to the speaker. I'm talking to the speaker.
Oh, hang on. We're good. Representative Parkinson, what the question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question is, will you please address the decorum so members can finish their question? Please.
Well, sir, I've heard all his questions. The clerk answered the same question at least twice about time, and the questions were about time. The problem is when you decide to make statements and it's not a question under point of order, then you get ruled out, so you're not going to be able to finish. There was a combination of that going on the previous one, as you have been discussing. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Completely understandable. All I'm asking you to address is the noise on the floor when members are speaking. And I know that you will address that, and I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, we're on amendment number 2. Representative McCallum is next on the list.
Previous question on the amendment.
Question's been called on the amendment. Is there objection? There's objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 70, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting on amendment number 2. All those in favor of adoption of amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 71, 22 nays.
Amendment number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we're back to the heel of the amendments. House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
I renew my motion.
Representative Davis renews this motion. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Police oversight boards have a genesis. There's a reason that they were initiated. If my memory serves me correctly, the first one actually was initiated in Knox County as a result of a young man named Juan Daniels, who was suffering from a mental episode and had himself captured in his own basement. And the police went down and ended up shooting the young man and killing him. As a result of that, Knoxville set up a police advisory review committee, and this hasn't happened like that since. You have to have these organizations set up, but you have to give them some teeth. Now, they probably had precious few officers that were actually found guilty of things, because most of our officers understand the awesome responsibility and duty that they have. However, you have to have a process. This bill is bad. It guts the process. It defames whatever abilities they had. And the creators of this bill know this. And I don't get why. This doesn't help our men and women in blue. It does not help them one bit. If that's why the crafters are bringing this, they're absolutely incorrect. Everyone has a boss in these types of jobs and duties. Everyone has a responsibility. It's good to get outside audit and oversight. And that's what we have. This has not been a problem in the state of Tennessee. This has not been a problem. And there was a statement that said this is permissive. No, that was an absolute non-truth. This is not a permissive bill. This tells our municipalities exactly what they can and can't do. That's opposite of permissive. So there was an error made when the sponsor said this bill is permissive. It says you must do it this way and this way only. I don't understand. I promise you, I don't understand why these bills are coming from people who don't live in areas that have police oversight review committees. I don't understand that. Why are you doing this? You don't understand it. It doesn't apply to you. There is a move afoot to reduce local control. Our citizens are watching us. Our citizens are counting on us to pass responsible legislation. This isn't it. This is irresponsible. This is undoing a system that works. I guarantee you, if you find a chief of police that says, I don't want to have my people look over my shoulder at my hundreds of men and women that are fighting for us, you don't have a good police chief or sheriff. But I guarantee you, they want this. Our police chiefs want this. So I'll just ask, why are you bringing this non-permissive piece of legislation to us?
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I referenced permissive, that had to do with a local governing body adopting or creating a police advisory review committee. And I really take exception to the fact that you're saying that this bill is not helpful or doesn't work, because it's almost verbatim to the police advisory review committee language ordinance from Knoxville. and it has worked. And so I appreciate your comments in stating that it was originally created, but yes, it does. And so with that, I renew my motion.
Ma'am, you are out of order. Mr. Trooper, that's her second warning. Can you please escort her out? No, sorry. Mr. Trooper, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor. You know, all across cities, what happens is, in some of these cities, you know, you'll have gang members that have been in the gangs for a long time or have become what they call OGs in the gang. They'll send the younger gang members out or the newer gang members out to go and rob someone because they know those new members don't know any better or will not face the same type of retribution, you know, with the police. And so this is about police oversight, sir, with the police and everything. I remember, if I'm not mistaken, you said that you were asked to carry this legislation by leadership, correct?
Representative Davis.
No, sir. I was asked by the Senate sponsor.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Madam. And who was the Senate sponsor on this bill?
Representative Davis.
Senator Pody.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But in your last bill, you said leadership asked you to carry, right?
We're on this bill, not last bill. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it just strikes me, and Representative Davis, let me be clear, you know, I think I've supported every other one of your bills. I'm just not supportive of this one because it just strikes me as odd that you're carrying a bill that most of the urban centers have issue with, and you know, and it is not someone from the urban centers that are carrying this bill, and that strikes me as odd, and it seems to be a pattern of that happening now with the last few bills you've done. And I know I'm on this bill. The urban centers do not want this bill, and you know, and I don't know where or why, you know, these bills like this are coming from you. If it's a matter of proving your worth or value to the leadership, you know, you're a great representative and you don't have to prove your worth to the leadership, you know, because these bills really absolutely have nothing to do with the place that you're from.
Representative Davis.
I appreciate your comment, but I do carry part of the city and part of the county. So if you want to come by my office and look at the map that the comptroller gave me that I absolutely love, I'll let you look at it.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davis, I'll take that as an invitation and I bring coffee so we can sit down and have coffee in your office. How much of the city of Knoxville do you have in a percentage, from a percentage point?
Representative Davis.
I would have to check.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would it be less than 50%? This is on the bill. We're talking about a bill that affects Knoxville. So would it be less than 50%? Let's say, would it be less than 25% of the city?
Representative Davis.
Probably. It's probably around 25%. Regardless, Senator Pody does represent Nashville proper.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I appreciate you answering the questions and not, you know, running the clock on me. I truly do. I think the world of you. I just think that this is more of a bill that should be carried by someone that has large swaths of the city and, you know, that's actually being affected by it. But thank you, Madam Sponsor. I appreciate you.
Representative Davis.
So I appreciate that. However, the bill does speak to local governing bodies. So it's not just municipalities, it's also for county commissions as well. So it's any sort of governing body to create that police advisory review committee. So if a county commission or a county governmental agency would like to create one, they have that ability to do it. It sets up that statewide structure in order for them to comply. Thank you.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think Representative McKenzie cleared up one thing, the permissive statement you made earlier. But my problem is the state of Tennessee is 3 grand divisions. And it's more or less 3 different distinct areas of this state, different people, different styles of living, whole different things. So what may be good for one part of this state may not be perfect for another part of the state. And, you know, I think what you do in Knoxville, you know what's best for that area that you represent. I think Representative Parkinson, he probably knows what's best for Memphis. I don't profess to know what's good for Knoxville and what's good for Memphis. That's why the voters in those districts voted for him in Memphis, voted for you in Knoxville. So I need to keep my nose out of your business. I'd appreciate the same, you know, but I'm also confused. A bill a few minutes ago, you were defunding the police, and now you're trying to make sure there's no oversight of the police. It's totally confusing, other than you're just being fed these bills that obviously, let's be honest, you're not well-versed in all parts of these bills. You don't know where they came from, why you're bringing it.
Representative Mitchell, you guys stay on this piece of legislation, please. This piece. No, you've referenced multiple pieces of legislation in your comment. We're asking about this piece of legislation. Representative Mitchell.
The police legislation?
The Community Oversight Board's what we're on. Representative Mitchell.
I won't talk about the defund the police legislation anymore that she carried a few minutes ago. But I'm just amazed that you, in your first year up here, has the audacity to come tell us in Nashville how to run our city. You know, what's best for our police department, what's best for our taxpayers, what they can spend their money on, whether it's a community oversight board or a convention center that we paid the last one off early, and we're going to pay this one off early, you know, because we do things right in Nashville. I don't know what you're doing in Knoxville. It's your own business, but keep it in Knoxville. Keep your business in Knoxville. Take care of your own house before you come to our house and try to clean up our house. Pay off your convention center instead of
Representative
not
Mitchell,
having money.
Representative Mitchell, that's out of order. We're on Community Oversight Board. Community Oversight Board. You're going back 6 bills or 10 or however many it's been. Last chance, please stay on Community Oversight Board. Representative Mitchell.
So is your community oversight board underwater in Knoxville? Is it paying for itself?
Representative Davis.
Representative, this bill allows for citizens to bring their concerns about police to that police advisory review committee. If they have an issue, they bring it forward. It is then forwarded to the Internal Affairs Department. They review that, bring it back to that police advisory review committee with their findings that they can either accept or refuse, and then move forward. This does not remove any citizen from the ability to bring an issue forward. It only restructures it to where it gives a framework that can be adopted statewide. And so I really take offense to saying that it does not allow for oversight, because it does. It allows for any citizen anonymously to, or if they want to, put their name to it, to bring it forward so that it can be reviewed. It's important. Locally, I chaired our ethics committee. I think oversight is important. We should always be overlooking and ensuring that we're following the rules. And so this is important. I appreciate your concerns, but this bill does not remove that ability for oversight.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 67, 20 nays, 1 present not voting.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 591 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 67, 19 nays.
Senate Bill 591 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most read series table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1119 by Chairman Carr, relative to electronic storage of documents by wineries.
Chairman Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I substitute and conform. Do I know? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1119 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Carr moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Carr, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does, 1119, all it does is I have a lot of wineries in my district and wineries all over the state, and they have to have a different license for every one of their storefronts and all their distributing places and all like this. And all this does is put the licensees under one time that they're due, and they'll be due at the same time each year. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Carr renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Ritchie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I might be out of order, but being a hunter and caring about the environment as much as I do, and being tasked as being the chair of the paper collection, the desk is very weak, the paper drive over here. So if everybody wants to bring any of your papers so that we can properly recycle that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1119, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 81, 6 nays, 3 present, not voting.
House Bill 1119 receiving the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most read series table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 458 by Chairman Carr and others, relative to boating under the influence.
Chairman Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 458 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Carr moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds fines in addition to incarceration. Therefore, I move to adopt Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill here, House Bill 458, is the boating under the influence, and it puts everything in the same line as driving under the influence, and that's simply all it does. We've been having a lot of accidents on our lakes with a lot of bad injuries, a lot of intoxication, everything. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Carr renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little bit more clear now. I wasn't sure if he was saying voting while drunk or boating while drunk. But I'm clear now, Representative, is boating with a B, not voting with a V. Thank you, sir.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 458 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays.
House Bill 458 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. The most read series table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 702 by Chairman Doggett, relative to criminal offenses.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 702 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Doggett moves passage, following second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 2, following seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 702 enhances the punishment for the sale, manufacture, delivery of, possession with the intent to sell, manufacture, or delivery of fentanyl or fentanyl analogs from a Class C felony to a Class B felony for any amount of 0.5 grams or more, but less than 15 grams, and for any amount less than 0.5 grams if a weapon was involved or if the offense resulted in the death or serious bodily injury to another person. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Doggett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 702 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays.
House Bill 702, having received a constitutional majority, I declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 25, House Bill 392 by Speaker Pro Tem Marsh relative to alarm systems.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1289.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1289, properly second without objection. So ordered. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1289 on third and final consideration.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves passage of Senate Bill 1289 on third and final consideration, properly second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 2. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment Number 2.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to withdraw that one too.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Battery charge security fences are used by businesses across this country. This equipment helps deter wrongdoers from entering a business's property within the intention of commit a crime. This legislation will require battery charge security fences to be regulated through the alarm system code when they meet certain requirements, including safety requirements. With that, I renew my motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, this, if I remember right, this is a preemption bill to say that counties or cities cannot do anything other than this or to require them to do this?
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Local governments can still regulate these fences. They would just have to treat them as security systems.
Representative Thompson.
Okay, are you saying they can do the perimeter fence, but the inside fence it still has to be within the specifications of this bill?
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
The local government certainly can and does regulate the perimeter fence. This security fence is inside that fence, and they regulate that as a security system. They can do that. They still can do that and should do that.
Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1289, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Garrett, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 82, 6 nays.
Senate Bill 1289, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 26, House Bill 804 by Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, relative to taxes. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 384.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 384, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 384 on third and final consideration.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves passage of Senate Bill 384 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses in Tennessee have expressed frustration for many years with the inefficiencies and cost associated with the annual filings of the tangible personal property tax schedule. Many of these smaller filers incur many hundreds of dollars of cost from their financial professionals to pay a tax that is often $25 or less. So what we've done this year, we've come up with a plan, a two-tiered plan to file personal property tangible tax. One level starts at $2,000. Anything $2,000 and below is a certain fee, normally around $10 or $15. The second tier is $10,000. $10,000 or less would probably be in the range of $75 to $100. And they would file without doing hardly any work, without paying any professionals. And by doing this, we would keep 52% of the businesses in Tennessee where they don't have to file a long form. With that, I'll renew my motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 384 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk. Cochran, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, no nays.
Senate Bill 384 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Lear Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that we take up the remainder of today's calendar tomorrow morning.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to stand and ask for us to bring back a bill from the Delayed Bills Committee, make a motion on the floor, and as I thought about it, I think we need real action, not some political grandstanding of trying to make a symbolic effort. Everybody in this room, I would assume, has had somebody from Voices for a Safer Tennessee come by and talk to them about what we need to do about gun violence. If they haven't come to see you, you've seen them in the halls. You've seen them as we walk into this chamber, and they are begging for us to do something. In the chamber, in the gallery, we have Evelyn's mother, and she's down here begging for us to do something to make a difference, to try and save lives. And I'm not going to, again, put us all in a situation where we have what can even be viewed as political grandstanding. But what I am going to do is I'm going to call on the governor, and Mr. Speaker, you as well, to bring us back for a special session. Let's come back where we can spend some real time and address gun violence in our state. And I don't think it needs to be in 2 months. I think it needs to be almost immediate. So I hope when we get out of here, everybody goes home and spends some time to really think about what we can do to solve this problem, because it is a solvable problem. It's got to be. So with that, I thank everybody for hearing me.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. Any announcements? Representative Jones of Knox. Oh, sorry. Johnson of Knox. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to recognize a citizen up in the gallery, Molly Sikors, and I hope I say your last name correctly. But she's a Nashville resident who's a filmmaker and also an author, and she has written a book. She has brought me 50 copies. I'm going to get enough for everyone in the body. This is a book, this is given in love to get us to think about the biases that we may have. She is also willing, if anyone is interested, to do a book club with any members. This is a process she went through when she thought about the way she sees the world and different people in the world. And so I'm going to get a book for everyone. We've got about 50 right now. I'll deliver them to your offices, and the others are on order. And if you can't, just open your mind and take a look at the book and see if it makes you think, if you want to have conversations with your friends, with others that are reading the book. And if you'd like for her to guide a book club or book discussion, she could do it in person or on Zoom. But I think that we can all benefit. I have benefited from these same questions that we ask ourselves about how we think about race and how we think about those things. This is given, it was written in love and given in love to get us all to think. So I'll be bringing those by your offices. She has signed them. And again, I'll give you the email address or any information to contact if you'd like to have a book discussion. Thank you.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I realize that we are all tired. It's been a very long day, but I have never before in my life seen a member of this body addressed the way the representative from Knoxville was addressed. She is a duly elected member of this body. She has the right to carry any legislation that she wants to file, and for another member to insinuate that she's not worthy of carrying certain legislation, I think she deserves an apology, and I hope that member will consider his comments and provide her with an apology. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further announcements? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, my announcement is I'm refusing to give up until we adjourn out of this session. You've kept to your word on everything you've said about this. And last week you said we're going to have another delayed bills committee. And I'm ready to have that delayed bills committee. I think we were having good discussions with yourself, Leader Camper, people who are bringing bills. I think we need to do that one more time. Let's show the people we're doing everything we can to address this issue. And that's my announcement. I'm waiting for your announcement on the delayed bills committee. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, a very serious action took place in this body, and we acted like it didn't happen. A member of this body resigned. My question is to the House Speaker.
With Representative Jones, you can't do that in our announcements, but you can't. This is announcements, not question and answering. Representative Jones, if you have an announcement, that's perfectly fine. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an announcement. I plan to submit these questions to the Ethics Committee.
Representative Jones, that's out of order. It's out of order. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Take the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, 94 members present.
Next order, Mr.
That
Clerk.
completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 8:30 a.m. on Friday, April 21st, 2023.
Without objection, the House stands recess to 8:30 a.m. on Friday, April 21st, 2023.